Can y'all hear me? Do that sound check. We need you to see. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Everybody's like, yeah, I can hear you. Welcome. Can y'all see me? I got two screens up, you guys. I got two screens up. So there's two feeds going on at the same time. We can do anything that we want to achieve and accomplish, you guys. I'm so excited. So I'm looking at two cameras. Y'all see me? If you're on right now, definitely please share this broadcast. Please share this summit. I've been thinking about this, dreaming about this, putting in a lot of hours. My name is Isaac Rowe. I am the founder of The Man in Me, and we educate, strengthen, and support our men and fathers. And I'm really excited to present something. I know that and during this time, it's quite difficult, quite challenging, but we got some amazing speakers for you today. And I have two hosts, so there'll be two different tracks. There'll be track A and track B. And so for our track B, we have Alonzo Blankenship, who is our president, our board president. We love him. He's going to be our host, and he's going to be giving you all the details from track B and all the amazing speakers that will be over there. And also have on track A, which is Joshua Banks, who will be the host for this session, and that you're watching, that you're tuning in right now. And he will be doing all the hosting for this session right here. I'll be in the background, but if you need me, please let me know. All right, you guys, we hope you enjoy. We hope you like this summit that we've been putting together for you guys. We love you. And I'm going to turn it over to the host, Alonzo and Josh.
Hello. How's everybody doing? I want to welcome everybody to our first Man and Me virtual summit. It's clearly different than what we normally do. But you know what? It's 2020, so everything's different this year. So again, my name is Josh Banks. I am the Director of Public Relations with The Man and Me, and the Go Do This guy. Whenever something needs to get done, it's go do this. So I also get to serve in that capacity. Well, today, the Go Do This assignment is I'm hosting track A of the summit. I've got my Man and Me shirt on. Stick with me. I might be changing clothes throughout the sessions, and so I might be in a suit next time, or maybe my dashiki at the end. We'll see what happens, but we're starting out with the Man and Me t-shirt. Well, without further ado, I get the opportunity and the honor of introducing a young lady that I met at another fatherhood conference, and she got up and she gave a presentation. She did her thing, and we felt that what she had was powerful. And when the summit came up, we felt that she would be a great addition to what we were trying to do. And so I'm going to go ahead and start out by reading the intro, the bio for Miss Crissy Butts. And I have two screens as well. So if you see my eyes going back and forth, it's because I'm trying to focus on one of those screens and make sure I don't look too crazy at the same time. But Crissy Butts' work include an Amazon International bestseller. It's got titled You Choose Your Path. She's also had the Sunshine Strategy, a 21-day happiness challenge, Workplace Power Hour, and the Family Power Hour. So she's been writing some books, and I've written a couple of books, and that was hard. So she's been writing some books, so that's an accomplishment. She and her husband lived in a rustic Alaskan cabin with an outhouse and built a national award-winning limousine company in 5 years, nearly costing them their marriage because of its intensity. Crissy has lost several family members and friends to suicide, which motivates her to work to help to elevate global happiness. She is preparing to give a TEDx talk and loves to share messages of positivity on her social channels. She and her husband have been married for 30 plus years. That's a long time, longer than some of y'all have been alive. And she's a mom to 5, and Mimi to 16. Woo! 16! My goodness! So listen, I'm about to turn this over to Miss Crissy, but before I forget, you guys make sure if you have questions and comments that you're able to type in, make sure that you go ahead and type those things in. But before I let Crissy go, I have to ask the question, how in the world do you build a limousine business in Alaska? Did y'all have reindeer and sleds? How do you do that?
So many people ask that. We really do have limos. It wasn't a dog sled limousine.
Okay, hey, the show is yours. Rock it out, do your thing.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome. So great to be here today. What an honor and a privilege to be able to still meet, regardless of circumstances that are going on. It's really nice to be able to still connect with people and be able to share. And so I'm thrilled to be here. And my husband will be joining us in just a few minutes. He had some training. He was training some people on a gyroplane this morning, and he'll be in soon. So I just want to start out just by saying, welcome, beautiful people. Thank you. Thank you for being here on this Saturday and sharing your time with us. So I want you to think for a few minutes. Imagine you as fathers are the pilot of your jet. Your family is aboard, and you're traveling through life. And throughout life, we pick up all kinds of turbulence, don't we? There's all kinds of things that happen and can toss us around a little bit to and fro. So when we're traveling through life, and we've got a little family on board. Hope that this is in the way you can read it. So at the end of your journey, who still wants to be with you? Are you the kind of guy that when we get to the end of our journey over here, that we're grumpy and crotchety and people don't want to be around us? Or have we invested into our family and have we spent so many years building happy memories and doing things together? Will those things be continuing at the end of our lives? Will we still have family get-togethers, and will we still be invited to birthday parties and have picnics and socials and just be really integrated, have family reunions? Because if that's what we want at the end of our destination, if that's what we want over here, we have to chart a course to be able to help make that happen while we're in the middle of the journey, and not just at the very end go, oh my gosh, how do I make that happen? So as you know, a jet has engines, and engines help it to create lift. And if you will think for a minute, the engines also require maintenance. And if we could liken engines in our plane to these 4 different things: our mental health, the trust that we have with people in our relationships, our communication, and our family fun. Now, if any of these 4 engines are to go out, it can cause a weakening of the jet, and the jet may come down. Think about that for a minute. How would our mental health cause our jet to go down? What about our trust? Trust with a co-pilot, trust with our children. How would that cause breaking trust, cause that plane to come down? What about our communication? If we have a breakdown of communication, this is really important in the real world of aviation, the communication between the pilot, the co-pilot, the communication between the crew and the back. And if this communication isn't working in our families, could it cause our jets to come down? What about family fun? I don't know if the jet will go down if you don't have family fun, but I can tell you it'll be a boring ride, and it will not be very interesting and engaging if all our lives are all attention just to the work and getting good grades and tasks and chores. And if that's the main focus, is teaching our children these just responsibilities, but we don't take time to really laugh with them and have fun with them, then it could cause a weakening of our flight, and for us not to enjoy the journey nearly as much. I'm going to share with you, because of what's going on in the world today, there could be children on our plane in the back of our jet, and a lot of things could be happening. One, we could have 1 or 2 completely out of control and just running up and down and getting into trouble and creating havoc. We might have one of our children on the jet that's just feeling a lot of motion sickness from what's going on and about to puke. We may have one that wants to just eject out and leave. And we could have a child on our jet that maybe is in the very back, curled up in the fetal position, hiding underneath a blanket in fear. If you have a co-pilot, is she next to you, side by side? Or is she one that wants to go into the bathroom and lock the door and just hide because she doesn't like what's going on? So it's important. Communication is really important. And I have a little mental resiliency assessment, and it's called the Sunshine Strategy. And it's something you could do with your family. It's so simple that even a 5-year-old can understand it. And so I'm going to share this strategy with you. And you can find it and get a copy of your own in my book, You Choose Your Path. And this is available for only $1.99 on Kindle. And towards the back of the book, it talks about the Sunshine Strategy. And this is how it goes. So our happiness is directly related to 3 things. So the number of close personal relationships we have, the frequency of positive interactions within those relationships, and having a sense of purpose. And so this little assessment is going to help us talk to we can do the assessment for ourselves. We can do it with a co-pilot, our wife or spouse, and we could also have this assessment with each one of our children to find out where they're at. And so we're going to ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your happiness level? And let's say that they're really struggling right now and they say it's a 3. Now, what would you like it to be? Hopefully everybody wants their happiness level to be a 10. And then I want you to ask them to consider, who do they care about? And this could be different for everybody, but for me, I would identify God. For me, I would identify my spouse, my family, my children, extended family, siblings, cousins, also my friends, also my neighbors I care about, also clients or colleagues or people that I work with or people in the community. Other people that I care about are people in social groups. So for youth, it might be people, friends in soccer, or it might be maybe friends from Sunday school, or maybe from karate class. And then what about even strangers? I think about when I'm driving down the freeway, I get to a certain intersection in the freeway. I don't see them every time I pass, but maybe once or twice a month. I see the same gentleman. He's probably a vet, and he's got a cowboy hat. He has one leg. He has the biggest smile. He's usually in a wheelchair, and he's got a sign. Even people like strangers that we don't really know about, he's somebody, I care about him. And so think about people in your tribe. Who do you care about? And then think about your last week. How many positive interactions did you have with each of these people, with each of these groups even? So for every positive interaction, you're going to create a sunburst. So maybe you had lunch with this person, you texted this person, you called this person, and you stopped by to visit them. So as you can see, the more positive interactions that we do, the brighter and the brighter our sunshine strategy gets. So you can see that it gets brighter and brighter. Now, we cannot get water from an empty well. We cannot get light from a dead flashlight battery. In order to give off light, we have to recharge. And each of us recharge by doing different kinds of things. And for some people, they love pets and they love animals. Some people love gardening. Some people love the gym. Like they might go to the gym twice a day and they love to sweat and work out really, really hard and pump a lot of iron. For some people, they recharge by crafting or some other people like to go in the mountains or like to just get away and get in nature, or go to the park, or play frisbee. All of us recharge different ways. Reading a book in a hammock, or maybe people like to bake or work in the garage or work on a car and get their hands all dirty and greasy. See, all of us we're all wired different. We all love to recharge in different ways. So think about ways, or ask your kids, what are things that you like to do? What are things that you love to do that make you happy? And ask them to identify those with little lines going inward. Now, if let's say this is working in the garage. So how many times in the last week did you get a chance to go out and work in the garage? If you got to do that a couple of times, you're recharging and you're going to have something to give back out. How many times if we have women online with us today and you love to recharge by crafting, how many times in the last week did you get away and just go sit in your room with all of your fun stuff and do crafting? Or if it's your kids and they love to go swimming, how many times last week did they get to go hang out maybe with family or friends and go swimming? So I want you to do this little assessment with your family, and then you're gonna see this. It's a visual, and you will be able to tell, and they will be able to tell, because if they can't identify who is in their tribe, number one, they're not having positive interactions with their tribe, number two, and they're not recharging, that's going to be the reason they're going to have a really low number here. And then as a parent, we can encourage them. Hey, when's the last time you got with your friend Jacob? Or when was the last time you talked to your friend Sarah? Or I know that you and your sister really enjoy doing XYZ. Why don't we spend some time and go and do that today? So this is just a little assessment. It's found in my book, You Choose Your Path, and I can also get you maybe some other links if I can invite you to go to another page, which I'll tell you about later. It's called Top Dad's Lead, and I'll put a link on there too for you to get in touch with that. And Desmond, come on in. I know he just barely made it. We're still going to talk about a couple things. This is my husband, Desmond.
Yeah.
They introduced us earlier. We have been married for over 30 years, and
Boy, that long?
we
Holy cow.
still actually like each other.
Yeah, most of the time, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So he is so supportive in so many things that I've done, and I try to support him. We have some really cool. Actually, this book comes out in just a couple of days. It's called Tales from the Cockpit, and I might tell on you. I might just
tell on me.
Oh, this is a great book. Well, okay, so just briefly, how much time do we have? We got a little bit of time. So I'm going to tell you that when we had our limousine company in Alaska, he came to me and he said, hey, I'd like to, he would like to take flying lessons. And I said, okay, babe, why don't you just save your tips? Because we got pretty good tips. But he said, okay. So he worked on getting his pilot's license. First, he got his what do you call that first one?
Well, you solo, then you get your private, and then you add on different ratings, obviously. And really what was happening is I flew a lot as a little kid with my dad, and he was an instructor in Utah. And so I had a lot of experience doing that, but I didn't get my pilot's license at the time. And you can't live in Alaska and not fly. Everybody flies in Alaska. And if you've ever been up there and seen the beauty and the touring and things like that, here we were touring people all over Alaska with our limousine company. And we decided, eventually to change gears. But in the process, I wanted to learn to fly. So I saved tips to do that. And it's an interesting thought really quickly, because sometimes people see me flying now and I'm a captain with the airline. And they'll say, well, it was easy for you. You had money. And I said, what are you talking about? I saved about $200 a week in tips, and I would buy 1 or 2 hours of flying a week. And it took me a year to get my private pilot certificate that way. So anybody out there, if they're willing to do something, can do it. And it doesn't matter if it's flying or anything else that you put your mind to, you have the ability to do that. And kind of in short, that's the same thing can happen when you're dealing with families. And that's kind of why, after seeing a lot of different things, talking to a lot of different people, we decided to put together this Top Dads program, which is really kind of interesting. We wanted to do it with a type of a theme parallelism. So Crissy and I, she came up with a little bit of idea, and then I kind of helped the sister in putting together some concepts that work with using flying as kind of an analogy. And a couple of things that were really interesting is that a lot of times in families, we have problems, especially in co-parent families, okay? Because someone needs to be the pilot in command. And that really needs to be the father, okay? Now, we're not talking about challenging situations here where there are situations that are non-standard, meaning that you can have some situations where the father isn't as present as need to be and things like that. That's why you have a co-pilot. That's why in a regular aircraft, we don't want to fly a commercial aircraft with just one pilot. I get that comment, aren't you going to be glad when there's only one pilot in the airplane? And if you read my book, Tales from the Cockpit, I have plenty of stories that illustrate very well why that is a really dumb idea, okay? And there's a lot of fun other stories in here on it if you want it. It's already #1 in new books being released for commercial flying and other flying already. It's only been actually live, and I haven't even officially announced the process of selling it yet, but you can find it on Amazon right now, Tales from the Cockpit, or just type in Desmond or Crissy Butts, and it will come right up. And of course, that'll come up also alongside on Amazon with Crissy's book. She probably already showed you You Choose Your Path, which is already an international bestseller. And either one of them, if you get the Kindle version, both the paperback versions are about $20 US. But the Kindle versions, I think yours is $2 and mine's about $1 right now. And so you can log in and get those. And really, there's so much information between the two that can be helpful. One good thing about Crissy's book is it helps you understand the process that we went through as a couple, ups and downs, lows and highs, from living in a little 20 by 20 cabin with no running water for 2 years and 20 below zero. And that's why I don't have any hair. I think it froze off that year completely. But and the struggles of running a big company and making life changes that we needed to. Now, really quick, I'm going to kind of describe a couple of key things that are going to be in this Top Dads program, and I'm going to use a little model aircraft for this because it's kind of simple. One thing that we need to have when we are in a relationship is we need to have a sense of direction. Each one of us personally needs a sense of purpose. That sense of purpose gives our moral compass some guidance, we hope. Of course, it needs to be a good sense of purpose. One of the problems that sometimes we have in aircraft is that our heading doesn't follow our course. Now, there are 3 things involved with that, and I don't want to get too much into how aviation works that way, but one of the first things we learn when we are doing basic general aviation is we have what's called a directional gyro and a compass. And we need to make sure the directional gyro matches the compass, which means our heading is going to match that directional gyro. If they don't match, the directional gyro will say you're going one direction and you're truly not going that direction according to the compass. And we need to have those in alignment. And that's one of the things that we're going to teach, how to do that in your family and in that kind of environment. Try to make sure that you're heading in the direction that you want your compass to head in. That there's a lot more to that. It's not super complicated, but they're basic. One of the other things that happens in flight is we call coordination and having coordinated flight, okay? An airplane, when it flies and it makes a turn, can turn like this, and when it does it, it can skid the tail of the aircraft around, so it's kind of doing this number on you. Basically like a car sliding on ice. So if you're on a car and you're going straight down the road and the back starts to fishtail and you slide like this sideways, that's called a slip, or it's called a skidding turn in an aircraft. If you're not doing a coordinated turn, then you have a problem in your relationship and in your family. And we want to explain how that coordination works, how to make sure that you and your wife are coordinated in that. Because you can't have one going one direction, the other one going the other direction, or you're sliding sideways, and it just doesn't make up for a very good sense of direction. I mean, you might have aligned your alignment, but it just doesn't do it. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. There's also several other different things that we're going to talk about. Turbulence, what causes that, and the difference between turbulence and also out of control. And sometimes we mistake little bumps in the road as being an upset or out of control aircraft, when really it's just turbulence. And on the other hand, we may think that something we shouldn't worry about that is really out of control, and we got to solve it quickly before we have something that is more aggressive and more devastating. So that's going to give you some little bit of tidbits about what's going on and what our plan is. And then we're going to give you really a neat profile where as you pass each one of these step by step, then you get recognition in it just like you do when you're training to fly an aircraft. So you get a solo kind of sign off, then you get like a private flying your family on course and understanding those concepts. So they build upon each other in different levels, and we have different programs that can benefit you depending upon your needs. And I'll let Crissy explain more about that.
That's great. I wanted to just share that as a wife, I know that there might be other wives out there, or that at some point they think, you know what, I bet I could fly this plane better than him, or I don't like the way that he's leading. I don't like this, or I don't like that. And sometimes we can be guilty of actually pushing him out of the cockpit seat and grabbing the controls and trying to take over. And what usually happens? Usually what happens is the dad throws his arms in the air and he goes, fine, or some other stronger language, you fly the plane. And then that puts the plane with a stalled engine, or it starts to spiral out of control because it's not in controlled flight anymore, and it can head for a crash and burn. And I am guilty. I've been guilty of this, where I've not thought that I wasn't honoring him and the things that he was doing. And sometimes dads are not completely in alignment, they're goofing off and things like that too, but we can't take over their job in the cockpit. It's important that we allow them to lead. And when we do so, then the plane can be more stable. And I just know that I've at times been guilty of that, and it wasn't good. And I thank God that he was in the details of our lives, and he helped us before it totally crashed and burned into an inferno, that he was able to help save it and keep us in a good, keep us going. And even though we had turbulence, we're still flying, and I still like him a lot. We have a lot of fun together. I would love to share with you. Let's see, Isaac promised that I would share how to have more fun in your cave. And since we have a lot more time at home lately, I think that there's a lot of parents that I've talked to that have said, I don't know what to do. All my kids want to do all day long is just technology, games, videos over, all this stuff over and over. They're just glued into technology. And sometimes Sorry gets old, and Monopoly, and there's certain games that in Uno, they're classics, but sometimes we can't get the entire, all these family members are at different ages and different stages, and sometimes it's hard to find one particular activity or game that keeps everybody all engaged together. And so that's why I created a program called the Family Power Hour. The Family Power Hour is modeled after a program which has been around for over 100 years, and it's in over 150 countries, and it's called Family Home Evening. And what it is, it's based on is just 1 hour every single week. You bring your family together, and during this hour, you do a variety of several different things. It could be simple and like you only do 2 or 3 things, but my program has 6 things. If you can assign that, or have people that can do different jobs. So I'm going to show you really quick how this works, and you can do this same thing in your own families. So the Family Power Hour comes with a workbook, and it comes with a whiteboard, and it comes with some really cool things called table topics, and it comes with a timer. It comes with 6 different activity cards. Oh, there's another table topics.
Is there a hula hoop in there?
No hula hoop.
Oh, all right. It's kind of like a Mary Poppins bag. Stuff keeps coming out.
It comes with the
this.
dice, and it comes with this little stop and go, so to keep people on track. So this is basically how it works. Everybody in the family would roll the dice, and I'm just going to say that if you're the dad, you should just say dad is number 2, always number 2, just write on the dice dad, because dads are in charge of the family council, which I'm going to explain here in just a minute. And so if anybody else gets this, you don't want the co-pilot running the show for this. You don't want your 5-year-old running the family council. This is your job. So it's your baby, and I want you as the father to do this specific activity. So here it goes. So everybody get a specific activity. Number 1, we're Christians, so we would encourage families to have a family prayer, to have a family purpose statement or a family mission statement, and to sing a song. So let's say your 3-year-old or your 5-year-old is in charge. She rolls a number 1 and she's in charge. Welcome to our family power hour. And she says, I want us to all sing The Wheels on the Bus. Whatever she picks, everybody sing The Wheels on the Bus. So everybody sings whatever song this person chooses. They've got exactly 5 minutes to do this activity. So one person's in charge of the timer. And if she wants to sing all 18 verses of The Wheels on the Bus, it's okay. Stop the timer and say, we're done. And we're going to move to the next one. So, and if you don't have a family purpose statement, there's an idea of how to create that on the back. The next activity is the family council. This is 10 minutes. As I said before, this is a job for the dad. He is the leader of the family. And so he would call the family together, and there are 4 things that are important to happen in your family council. 1 is to share compliments. 2 is to look at your calendar and say, what's going on for the next week? And if you don't have anything going on, maybe you could put something on that calendar. Maybe you could make time to go to the zoo or go to the park or go down to the river or something. Do something fun. And then, are you having any turbulence? Are you having any problems in your life? Ask the whole family collectively. Are we having any challenges? This isn't a time to throw kids underneath the bus and talk about all the things they're doing wrong and call people out. It's not a time for that. This is a collective, everybody together. And then to ask, anybody have any solutions to these challenges? Because usually the solutions are on the tip of our tongue. They're inside of our brain. They're so close to the surface, but sometimes we don't allow the time and the space to actually talk about the solution. And so just the problem will continue to go on and on and on and on and on until it's addressed or it's never addressed. Number 3 is a lesson and a sharing time. Did you know that everybody, no matter their age, they have something inside of them they can share? And the lesson could be as simple as, why is kindness important? There's 12 different lessons based on 12 principles to defend and protect the family that are found inside the workbook. So a lesson is a total of 10 minutes, and there's really great little lesson prompts in here. And it's not a 30-minute lecture. So depending on who gets this, it doesn't drag out on and on and on. You just keep it short and sweet. It's also a time where you can have that person can just shine, just share everything they know about a specific topic, or it can be it can be a dialogue where there's a lot of questions and discussion going on. The next activity is often one of the funnest, and it's called
That's dessert?
Oh, that's coming. That's coming.
Okay,
it's your team building activity, and it's 15 minutes long. On the back, just to make this really simple for you guys, is 12 different really fun team building activities. Again, it's 15 minutes long, and if let's say your 12-year-old, they pick, I want to do the Frozen t-shirt. Whatever they pick, let them do it, because when they choose, they're going to have so much more fun. And this is part of building leadership in children, is allowing them to make a choice and to lead a discussion or to lead an activity in front of the whole family, and it can be super fun. Next one is a family service project. It is a total of it's 10 minutes. Let's just say, hey, we've got some new neighbors that just moved in down the street, Desmond, and we don't know who they are, and I'm in charge of this.
She does this all the time, by the way. She ropes me in. We have to go meet everybody, which is good, but sometimes that's a little out of my comfort zone occasionally.
Okay, love, but I just made your favorite cinnamon rolls. And so we're going to go share them with a neighbor, and we're just going to go. The lucky thing for him is we've got 10 minutes to do it, and we got to be back. So if your kids start rolling their eyes oh no, we don't want to do that, 10 minutes, that's it. Just go knock on the neighbor's door. But there's 12 different service project ideas. So there's a whole bunch of them. That's just a short one, just a short little example. There's a lot of them. If you run upstairs, everybody, in 10 minutes, you got to be back down here. Go find 3 shirts you don't wear anymore. Put them in the shirt. Put them in the spots. We're going to take them to Goodwill. Anyway, lots of super, super easy, short and sweet little service project ideas. And the last one is the treat and the table topics, which obviously would be his favorite.
That's it.
So somebody would be in charge of creating a treat, and they would share this treat with everybody. And while everybody's devouring and enjoying the deliciousness of the treat, then you would they get to choose one of the questions on the table topics and ask everybody in the family a specific question. Let's say the question is, describe the perfect birthday without spending any money. Skip them.
I like the superhero one. Is there a superhero one?
Probably, yes.
Who would you want to be as your favorite superhero? What activities make you lose track of time? There's a lot of them.
I could think of a few of those. These are great. You can keep them at the kitchen table, or you can keep them in your car whenever you're driving. And you get that sometimes that lull in conversation, or maybe kids just grab their phones, and pretty soon there's just no conversation going on at the same, going on. You can just say, pull this out of the little armrest. Hey, Annie, would you answer question 82? Or read question 82, let's answer it, or ask everybody in the family to do that. It's a great little resource. Okay, I just want to share a few testimonies of people who have used this family team building program, and a few things that people have said. So Jerry Oyland is from JetBlue Leadership Training. She said, every family needs this program. And Todd Olson, he's with Los Angeles Child and Protective Services. He said, what you've created is incredible. I'm excited to do this with my own family. And Dan Butner with Blue Zones, he said, very impressive program, great idea. The psychologist on the Sunshine Strategy said the Sunshine Strategy is a great visual assessment tool. Andre, he lives in Houston. He has 3 teenagers, and he says, I love it. I love this couldn't come at a better time than today, with grown teenagers going in all different directions, and there's no time for family. Thank you. So this is a great resource, and I'll tell you what, because I'm not sure if everybody is getting to see, if anybody's on there. I don't know if you guys are getting to see. I'm not seeing any comments. So I know those were from earlier, but if you're not able to send in questions or comments to us right now, then I'm going to take a second and I'm going to look at these. Anyway, I want to tell you to go to this website. It's called this Facebook page. It's called Top Dads Lead. And I'm going to put information and some resources over here on this Facebook page where you can have access to some of these materials. I can send you some links, and you'll be able to stay in touch with us. Okay, Top Dads Lead. And my name is Crissy Butts. This is Desmond Butts. And if this is real and live and you are with us, if there's any questions you guys have, go ahead and ask, and we'll come in there and we'll answer them. And let's see. Desmond, I'm going to turn over to you for a second.
Okay. Not sure what she's turning over to me, but that's all right. So any other information that you're wondering how Crissy came about these, or what are the kind of things that led to her developing this? A lot of that is found in her book, really. And almost everybody that talks to me that gets her book, You Choose Your Path, is like, wow, it's a crazy story, overall, crazy story. We've been owning and operating our own businesses for our whole marriage. And we've had things from computer stores that we owned, a newspaper we developed, all kinds of different things.
Remember the first one was he was a franchise owner for a company called 5 State Barber and Beauty. We met. I was in cosmetology, and he was a traveling divorce salesman. And he would come to all these cosmetology schools in southern Utah throughout the state. And he would teach product manufacturing classes and show us the latest and greatest $200 scissors that we needed to cut, and tell us why they're so good. And
yeah, they're not 200 anymore. I think they're 6.
Yeah, they're very expensive.
Yeah, that's right. They were 200 and something in the 80s.
So this is how we first met. Was when I was in school. I was still in high school, and we got married right after I graduated from this little technical college. But I remember one of the first businesses we had outside of that franchise we were running was he started a sunroof installation company.
I was a Marine. Marines don't get paid crap back then during Desert Storm. So I had to do something, and we were in 29 Palms, California, just cooking to death. And these guys wanted to put sunroofs in their cars. And I'd seen how to do it once. My brother did it. We rebuilt cars a lot when I was younger, because I bought my first car when I was like 11 or 12 years old. So anyway, I started cutting holes in roofs, and we were installing sunroofs and having an interesting time doing that, and made a little side money while I was a Marine. And we started from there. And Then we worked later after I got out of the Marine Corps and started a printing and marketing company. And we did graphics design, sign manufacturing. I had 3 printing presses. I bought my first printing press by selling a horse. We had a horse, sold the horse, bought a printing press. So it's kind of interesting how we did that. We sold that company, and we did a little work. I did a little work professionally trading in the stock market. Moved to Alaska, and had someone default on. We carried back a contract on one of the companies, and they defaulted, and we lost about $100,000. And we ended up downsizing because integrity is big with me, and I don't believe in bankruptcy. So we paid any money we owed back, but it required us to live with our kids in a 20 by 25 foot cabin with no running water. And I drilled my own well, and I would go outside and we'd fill buckets of water, heat them up on the stove to wash dishes. And I built another cabin, put in a septic system. A year later, we had a bathroom instead of an outhouse. And we took it from there. And while we were there, we bought a used limousine, started a limousine company. And within 3 years, it was Operator of the Year in 2006 for the entire United States. And then we were taking and driving anyone that was anyone up in Alaska. We were doing 11,000 reservations a year for 2 or 3 years in a row. And yeah, it was
crazy.
It was crazy. And then we, had different things and challenges because of that.
So we always say, be careful what you wish for, because if you want something bad enough, if you really, really want it and you go for it, you can get it. And so we wanted to be the best of the best in Alaska. Yeah. We had gone to Las Vegas and the shows in New Jersey, and we had learned and studied from the best operators in the entire United States. And so we wanted to be just like them. And
finally, we were the pinnacle. Everybody wanted to be like us, from Wasilla, Alaska. And this was actually a year before Sarah Palin ran. We reached that pinnacle up there, and but it had its consequences because of that in a passive way. Sometimes you call that collateral damage, even if it's success. And sometimes you have to kind of be careful about being able to maintain and control those types of things in your life so that you have positive equilibrium in all things, and not just lopsided on one, but needing and struggling maybe in other areas that can be less favorable in the family unit than it needed to be.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of where we're here about right now.
Yeah, and that's what this whole conference is all about, is helping people to make sure we keep our priorities straight and to keep our families in the focus of our lives and work to build stronger family relationships.
And those steps, all those steps that we took to do that, we ended up selling that company and just totally changing avenues. We actually moved to Costa Rica for half a year and put our kids in school to learn a different language and everything, and just totally disconnected from everything at that point. And just the directional change, people thought we were crazy. And I don't know if they thought they were crazy because that was kind of crazy, or because they wish they were doing it at the same time. But it was a good thing. And our children now look back at that and go, wow, that was different, but they treasure those learning experiences, because really life isn't always about a normal certified education. It's about life experiences and learning from those, and then having insight to be able to find the type of direction you need in order to make quality type of changes so that those impacts work well with everybody that's involved in the family.
Definitely. Yeah. And truthfully, sometimes we think I'll be happy when and I'll be happy if, but we look back sometimes and I think some of the happiest days of my life were actually not when we were running a whole huge fleet of limousines and driving around the rich and the famous and taking all these really great and important quote people. The greatest and most important people were our family. Yeah. And some of the happiest days of our lives were when we lived so simple in that little one-room cabin with a lake in the backyard. We would go out and kayak on the lake. When it froze in the winter, we'd go out and play hockey. And we just have so many good, happy memories from living so simply and enjoying that lifestyle together and having a lot of time and a lot of fun, great, wonderful, fun memories with our kids. So think about your journey that you're on right now. At the end of your journey, as you're flying, I'll go this way, as you're flying through life, when you come to your resting place, what do you want that to look like? Do you want it to be filled with the people that you love, so all surrounding you and sharing great memories of you and how you led them and all the fun things that you did together? Do you want that as in your older age, do you want to still be gathering together for birthday parties and have your great grandchildren inviting you to come to things? Because if that's the end result of what you want, we have to be making those things happen today, and that has to be a part of our life as we're traveling through this journey right now, not it's going to happen when, later on. And then remember, are all 4 of your engines firing? The family team building program, it helps us to work on our mental health. I'm so backwards here. It helps us to work on our mental health and to build the trust and unity in our families. It helps to really strengthen our communication. And it really helps to create more fun in our family. It helps us to laugh more, to talk more, to play more, and to love more. And there's a difference between when you have just laughter, like you're watching a TV show and an actor, actress tells a joke, or you're watching a video and somebody trips and falls and the whole family laughs at how funny that video was. There's a total difference between beautiful, organic, loving laughter when you see somebody in your family and you just see the beautiful person that they are, and when they're just being themselves, you see this bright, beautiful personality that comes out inside of them, and they sparkle and they shine. And when you see that, that's the kind of laughter, and that's the kind of relationships that we want to have in our family. But they don't just accidentally happen in everyday life. Sometimes we have to create the environment to make it happen. It means we might have to turn off the phones, and we might have to shut the door, and we might have to make that opportunity happen. So a family power hour once a week is a fantastic thing that you can do as your family. And then remember that family council, that is to be led by you. A family council is a great way for you to assess what are the problems, what is the turbulence, how are things going in the family, is there any needs that we have? So
Now, I know we've been talking about these systems and the things that we're doing, and you can, to get either one of our books, you can go on Amazon and just type in Desmond or Crissy Butts. Both books will come up, and then there's 2 versions of it. If you want to order those there, that's fantastic. If you are interested in the other programs, Crissy can give you the way to get to Top Dads. Also, Crissy has a page called Happy on Facebook. If you want to join her Happy page, you can do that. And the Top Dads page, Top Dads lead, there, and she can let you know other ways where you can pick up the Family Power Hour and to be able to be involved with this training that we discussed for Top Dads.
Absolutely. Can I show them one thing before we close out? If there's any questions, yeah, we have just a couple minutes. If there's any questions in there, let me know. And then I'm just going to briefly show. So every pilot has a logbook, and he has checks and balances, and he has things that they have to do. Oh, are we all finished? So every pilot has these checks and the things they need to do. So that'll be a part of the things that the guys will be working on and earning their wings for this program. So it's been an honor and a privilege to be with you this morning. I hope something we shared has brightened your life. And I want to just tell you that each one of you, that you have a light inside of you, and that people need that. Your children need it. Your people, your relationships, other people around you need that light. And it's so important that we work to shine bright.
So what's the easiest way for them to get in touch to do one of the programs?
Easiest way, I think, for right now is just go to Top Dads Lead on Facebook.
Okay.
on Facebook, or if you go to Top Dad's Lead, you could actually sign up to get into the program. Either way, yeah, you can get more information, and it's been a joy to be with you today and wish you a fantastic rest of this conference. There's a whole great lineup of lots of other speakers that are coming, and I hope you're completely enriched and supercharged.
I'm going to show one more thing. You know, this is the picture in the front of my book, and I don't know if you can see that very well. It's a cool saying. If you look carefully at that picture, you can see the curvature of the earth. And it says, at 37,000 feet on a clear sunset, I might see the curve of the earth from my office window. And that's something that I've seen flying. We want everybody to be able to have clarity enough that in their relationship and in their family, they can be able to see far enough to see what's going to happen and to be able to see the beauty that's beyond their normal range.
Yeah.
All right, Crissy, y'all don't go anywhere. We're not done with you yet, but I did have to comment, Desmond. You just messed up about 5 hours of YouTube videos for me with that whole curvature of the earth thing. Oh, look, man. I spent a whole evening getting convinced. Here you go with one picture, messing up my whole all night.
You got to buy the book or you can get the picture. The Kindle book has it in color. The hard copy has it in black and white.
Very good. Well, awesome presentation. We got a couple of minutes left, and in our closing minutes, as you can see, I went and got a little something to be representative of Texas. You guys
Good job.
Crissy, would you guys speak very quickly to, 2020 has been an incredibly difficult year for everybody.
Right.
And I know that you mentioned in your bio that you and your family have had to overcome the losses related to suicides and depression. And I think that a lot of people right now are experiencing depression in ways that they didn't know that they were experiencing depression, or having depression surface that they've been suppressing. And now all of a sudden, because of 2020, has been kind of overwhelming for so many people in so many different ways. In just a couple of minutes, can you give just kind of some of your thoughts about how can a person really kind of do a self-check? Am I okay? Do I need to reach out for help? And then kind of just some real practical ideas of what your thoughts are to that, having had to overcome that yourself and in your family.
Let's do.
Well, I spent in my church 13 years working with people in addiction and recovery, and I've seen a lot of different kinds of things that are related to that. But one of the things that first happened, we were in Puerto Rico when COVID hit. Every spring I tried to do a family kind of thing, and we went all out and went to Puerto Rico. Right in the middle of that trip, around the 14th or so, they closed all the routes to Europe. The flying. You guys probably remember, the cruise ships were all sitting around and people weren't letting them dock or anything. And I looked at my wife in the evening over there. We had like 2 days left. And I said, okay, there's going to be some serious things going on here. And I started looking at my own self and like where I rank in my company. Would I get furloughed? Because, the airlines really got hit. And I said, I'm probably protected because I had enough seniority. Now, I do some other things that a lot of people don't do. One of the things that is unique is that Crissy and I had been self-employed almost our whole lives. I've worked for the airline longer than I worked for anybody. I always work for myself. I still do. This morning I was training someone to fly. So I have alternate ways to be able to, have income. A lot of people do not. That can be very stressful for people, especially in this time, because you got a variety of things going on. And then you've got, unfortunately, a lot of things happening around the nation that, people are involved with, both good and bad, things going on. And that causes stress in its own way for both sides of it. It doesn't really matter where you sit on it. It's stressful either way. And there's a lot of uncertainty. Then there's also really mixed things going on with the COVID pandemic in and of itself, where it's hard to know what information is good information and bad information. and you see people just seem to put out different things, and the accuracy of it, you just don't know if it's reliable all the time. I'm sure you've dealt with that too. So all of those things mixing together makes someone feel like they got chaos. When you're driving on the road and there's lots of congestion and people weaving in and out of traffic and things like that, you can almost feel like you're overwhelmed, and you just want to get off the stinking road. You know what I mean? And I think that kind of mentality, rather than going to, say, someplace to rest or a park or somewhere to find peace, people sometimes take self-destructively, and they just feel like they want to get off, the planet or whatever, and they get those tendencies. And I remember saying when they were going to try to lock down the country because of COVID, I said, but you're going to see a huge rise in suicide immediately. I said that. And that was mid-March. And the amount of attempted suicides in May, just in 2 weeks, was more than all of last year put together. And that's a pretty, I tell people, look, leaving people locked down, the collateral damage of that is almost worse than the actual pandemic itself. And I don't think people really grasp that. But I've studied the last couple of years some courses in hypnosis and understanding of how people characteristically deal with things. And that's exactly the fact. And if you start looking up things on those social problems, that's huge. So what Crissy and I have done is try to do things more normalization type things. I haven't let that get in our way. Now, that doesn't mean we go around and we don't social distance and all of that. That's not it. But we're still doing things within the guidelines and not running scared in and of ourselves, like hunkering in our house and not doing anything. Yeah, we'll bring some masks. We'll go out. We'll say, hey, you know what? We're going to go over and go to this place. So, we went and went dancing in the parking lot because, I don't know, there's a funny video if you see it. It's the Big Techs. And unfortunately, they weren't able to reopen. And it's a big dance club over here in Houston. And so we danced in the parking lot with Big Techs in the background, and everybody just loved that. No one was there. We said, heck with it. We can't go inside. We played some country western music, and we would just dance in the parking lot. I mean, we did that early on, did we do that at the end of March? We did that.
Yeah, I think we just really have to be. We need to really be creative right now, and I feel like the sunshine strategy is really important. It's super simple, but it's just this little assessment. Ask on a scale of 1 to 10, what is your happiness level? And then if they say, it's a 2, we know that they're struggling. And then you can visually see where you're struggling. If you cannot identify the people that you care about, the people in your tribe, all these different relationships that you have, and then how are you positively interacting? Well, if all you're doing is binge watching TV all day long, and you haven't spoken to your cousin or your aunt or your best friend in the last 2 weeks, we have a problem. People have to stay connected to other people. Like, we are social creatures, and that's God made us. We need to stay connected. And I feel like I won't tell you all that. I feel
Look, I think sometimes people can take things almost too literally, and we need to be very careful. Like, for instance, if you want to wear a mask in public, I get that, but wearing a mask in your car and then pulling it down to smoke a cigarette doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I see, what I'm saying. You've got to do what you need to do to keep yourself safe and protected, to be able to also convey that to others, but to also be able to live life in a way where you have your direction, you have your self-worth, because if you have no sense of purpose, that's huge. And a lot of people haven't defined that. If you can sit down and ponder with this time, find your sense of purpose, and then that's your focus. That is you looking for that curve of the earth. You know what I mean? That's where it is.
Of using this time that we're kind of locked down anyway to really start being introspective and start looking at, what is my purpose and what can I contribute, and doing checkups like that to just kind of be intentional about, okay, look, normally I would just pass on by my feelings because I don't have time to, but
Right.
since I'm sitting here anyway, let me go ahead and figure out what's going on with me so I know what directions I need to add or to subtract from something so that I can keep myself overall healthy and whole, even though it's a crazy, crazy world.
That's right.
You got 2 minutes. Give me all your websites. Again, give me all your links. Give me all your Facebooks so that the people can have it one more time before we
Go
let
for that.
Okay.
You do that. You know them.
Okay, CrissyButts.com. And on my Facebook page, it's Crissy Butts. His Facebook page is Desmond Butts. Our Top Dad's Lead is Top Dad's Lead. That's our Facebook page. Also, TopDadsLead.com would get you into the training program. It's only $10 to get into that program. It's $10 for 4 days worth of. It's like a 4-day boot camp. And if wives want to join, it's just an extra $10.
That's
So
right.
it's a 4 days worth of lots of great training. And then I have that group called Happy. It's a happy page. It's a happy group, and people are welcome to join that and get lots of positivity.
And then just look up our name on Amazon or whatever, or just for fun, if you really want to mess around. My YouTube channel is Alaskan Limo Guy, and that's because I've had it for years. Yeah, and it's got a few fun videos. It shows me back in the limo days with a stretch hummer doing donuts on a frozen lake in Alaska spinning.
Nice.
I have stuff about rebuilding cars and crazy stuff on there that I do, but yeah, that's kind of fun. Or Amazon, you can pick up our book.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. We appreciate you. Everyone that's out there watching, get in touch with them. Reach out to them. There's plenty of material to keep you healthy, keep your family healthy and happy, and practical stuff. Real simple, practical, easy things that you can do. Take the hard work out of it, make it fun. So, Desmond, thank you guys again for being here. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was cool. That was great. I'm glad Crissy and Desmond were able to join in with us. So as I warned you guys, if y'all are gonna be rocking with our stream, you're gonna get to see Josh in his multiple outfits today. So we started no hat t-shirt, Josh. Now we're t-shirt cowboy hat, Josh. The next session is gonna be something completely different. So I'm gonna have to brainstorm here and figure out what kind of surprise I've got so I can pull out of the closet. But while I'm doing that, or before I do that, I get to introduce our next speaker. I think I got a couple of minutes too before I'm supposed to go. Let me double check here. We're doing this live in real time. So I think I got a couple of minutes. And what I'm going to do next time is I'm going to come back with some terrible dad jokes. And so the next time you see me, not only will I be completely different, but I will be armed and equipped with terrible jokes for you to shake your head at me and wish that I hadn't told that terrible joke. It's going to bless you. My terrible joke is going to bless you. We got a promo to show you real quick. We're going to show the Man and Me promo real quick. And then when we come back, it'll be more Me in the Hat. And then we'll get right on to our next presenter. So...
The Man in Me is a nonprofit organization that educates, strengthens, and supports men. Check out what we're doing in the community.
All right, sweet. The Man and Me, www.manandme.org. Come check out what we're doing. We're doing a lot of things, and when COVID hit, like there was a part of my mind that's like, well, we can't go out as much, so we're gonna slow down on what we're doing, and that was completely the opposite of what happened. So keep up with us. We're always doing something, strengthening, educating, and supporting. We say fathers and men, but families is what we're doing. strengthening, educating, and supporting fathers and families. That's what we do at The Man and Me. We've got a documentary that's out. At some point, we're going to give you the link for that. So stay tuned for that information. But I get to introduce the next speaker. And listen, one of the things that goes with this whole host and responsibility is that you're looking at different people send you bios. And so Crissy was such a doll and sent just a real sweet, brief 1-paragraph bio. And I was able to read through that thing. Could you see how seamless and easy it was for me to read through Crissy's bio? It wasn't intimidating. It wasn't overwhelming. I didn't feel like I was under any stress or duress. And that was a beautiful, wonderful thing. And we want to say to Crissy, thank you. I want to say thank you for that. Because our next speaker did the complete and total opposite. This person, listen, let me tell y'all something real quick. I got 2 minutes before we transition. I got a bone to pick with all you accomplished people out there. You accomplished people with your degrees and your certifications and whatnot. You show up at these conferences and you got just like this whole dissertation, this whole book of everything you've done. And while I care and I appreciate it, come on. Just, hey. Wait. You wasn't supposed to put her in while I was talking about her. I was going to talk about her. See, anyways, I was talking about how much of a joy it is to read through this illustrious, beautiful portrait of all that you've accomplished in your life, because I just couldn't get. It was just like reading a great novel of a legend, of a legendary person. That's what I was doing. You're not buying it. Okay, fine, whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you Leah Leone. She is gifted and talented in so many ways. She currently works as the Director of Access and Visitation at the Office of the Attorney General, which is about all I'm going to say about her. And I'm going to let her tell you everything else that she wants you to know. But you guys are in for a treat. Without further ado, Miss Leah Leone, it's all yours.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. I'm so excited and delighted to be here for this presentation. Grown folks, I need you here today. Co-parenting is for grown folks. So I'm going to get into my presentation and just start telling you a little bit about who I am. Before I do, let's see. So who am I? First and foremost, I'm a successful co-parent. I'm also single, and I put available because everybody knows that I'm looking. I'm a mother of 3 amazing precocious tweens who challenge me every single day. But there's a lot to me, right? There's so many layers, as Josh said. Thank you, Josh, for, I think, picking on me a little bit. I have a Juris Doctorate in law, master's in clinical and social psychology, organizational development. The list goes on and on. Certifications, high conflict mediator, re-entry specialist for mediation. If you name it, I've done it all. But I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to introduce you to my methodology, my philosophy on co-parenting, and to hopefully inspire you for a better relationship in co-parenting. I have a divine order to my life, God, then me, my mate, when I have one, my children, and my family. It's important in that order. And hopefully you will start to develop an order for your life if you haven't already. But let's just get started. Before we go there, I'd like to give a couple of disclaimers. Nothing I say here today is going to constitute as legal advice. If you need a lawyer, let me know. You or your co-parent, if you have a history of domestic or intimate partner violence, this is likely not going to be as beneficial to you because these circumstances are so different and they have so many layers that we just can't address it in this presentation. If you have a history or your co-parent has a history of drug and alcohol abuse, I can tell you that's also very heavy loaded, a diagnosis of history with mental illness. And if there's any protective restraining orders or you have CPS cases with your children, a lot of the things that I'm saying today are not going to be applicable because those cases need safety precaution, they need awareness, and they need hands-on sensitivity. So if you have all the rest of the co-parenting drama, I have some stuff for you. So here's what I'm hoping that you're going to learn. You're going to learn inappropriate co-parenting versus healthy co-parenting, managing conflict and creating harmony in your co-parenting relationship, I'm hoping that there's some emotional maturity and when you're co-parenting that you're going to learn today. And most importantly, I'm hoping that you're going to learn and take away how to keep your children out of the middle of your co-parenting struggles. So let's talk a little bit about what is co-parenting. That's the age-old question, right? So I was able to go to Merriam-Webster's definition. I always like to go to definitions of things. A person such as a non-custodial parent, and I like to call those people non-residential, because whether your children live with you or you live with them, you're still their parent. And so the legal term is non-custodial, but non-residential parent, cohabitating partner who shares parental duties with a custodial or a residential partner or parent. However, that is not what co-parenting is to me. Co-parenting to me is the most important relationship that you're going to have in your life. If you have been gifted by God or your creator, however you see it, to have children or to adopt children, co-parenting with someone to nurture, pour into those children, school them, motivate them, teach them is one of the most critical things you're ever going to do in your life. It's significant. And so I don't ever want you to think of your co-parenting relationship, even when it's challenging, as a burden. It is a partnership, if you tie into partnership with somebody for the cultivation of a gift that you've been given, which is your child or children. If you don't look at it like that and you look at it as a headache, an absolute nightmare, then it's time for you today to start making some changes in your co-parenting relationship. And hopefully I'm going to help drive you that. Some common issues that we see with co-parenting: there's differences in parenting styles, there's cultural or religious differences, there's worrisome natured people, there's micromanaging or controlling. If I'm talking to any of you now, I don't want to step on your toes, but you could just wave your hand like you're in church. If you have a threatening personality, or your co-parent does, there's any vindictive, argumentative, court-happy people, meaning you're always trying to take somebody to court. There's some emotional immaturity, there's some messy types, broken past relationship between you isn't yet healed. There's some third-party interference, usually by the girlfriend or the boyfriend or the new boo, what have you. Or there's some physical barriers like distance or incarceration, and the list goes on. But these are some of the common issues that we see with co-parenting. It's important to tune in to figure out where you are on the spectrum, right? Which problem is actually yours? That's vital, because if you can't identify your problem, you're probably not going to be able to get to a sound solution. So what shouldn't you do in a co-parenting relationship? This is critical, because there's a lot of parents. I've been doing this almost 20 years. I am considered a co-parenting expert. When I was in law school, all I did was family law, and after law school, family law, mediations, cases. I see a lot of co-parenting, and there's some things that I see that are critical that stand out as things you really should not do. So if the intimate relationship is over between you and your co-parent, I need you to leave it as done and over. There's no more dipping in the cookie jar. That's confusing. Don't go back over there and have sexual relationships. And then once that's done, you're in another violent situation, or you're in a tendency of arguments. And now you're going up and down the roller coaster with this person because you have not been able to turn off the connection in this relationship between you. You've got to stop that. Why? Because it's confusing to the parties involved. You cannot control your emotions when you're trying to parent, when you have yet to figure out that this relationship is either over or we're going to work on it. Your children are also confused. They see mommy and daddy together sometimes, but then they see mommy on a date or they see daddy on a date. They don't know what's going on. And I'm going to tell you something that you may not know, but co-parenting and children who are stuck in the middle of these relationships, regardless of who is at fault, your children always want to see the two of you together. They just do, because they want their parents to get along and they don't want to be caught in the middle. So if the relationship is over, call it over and we're done. Also, this is a big one that I see all the time. Don't continue to rehash issues that you had as a couple. Your co-parenting relationship has a period at the end. That means it's over. And so anything about yesterday, oh, you used to do this, you always do this, these kind of languages, that you go back and forth with, you always do this, you see, there you go, here we go. There's a lot of that, right? Stop it, because it's not going to get you on track for a successful co-parenting relationship in the future. So you may as well just stop it. It's completely disabling, it's completely destructive, and it doesn't help you to build the successful co-parenting relationship that you're interested in building. I'm assuming you're interested because you're watching. Romans 12:19. Vengeance is not yours, thus say the Lord. So all you Bible thumpers, if you're at that, listen, if you're in a co-parenting relationship and all you can think to do is take vengeance out on your co-parent, then you have the wrong spirit and you're not going to be successful. I'm not telling you to turn the other cheek. What I'm telling you is to be mindful that the emotionality between you has to stop. Emotionality of anger. Anger at something that the other person did in the past or in the present. Anger is a reaction that is natural to all of us. It's a protective mechanism and it keeps us safe. But we feel anger when we're connected emotionally. And when that emotion rises and we feel violated, we get angry. I don't want you to practice in anger with your co-parent because the emotionality between you should have dissipated at this point. So you should be able to work without emotion as you're trying to raise these children. Trust me, I have 3 tweens. Your children will bring the noise with emotionality. You don't need to add any more anger, fuel, or fire. What happens in Vegas? You see, I scratched out stays. It happens in Vegas. What do I mean by that? What's happening at your co-parent's house and what's happening at your house, those are 2 separate Vegas destinations. I need you to focus in that it is not your role as a great co-parent to micromanage what is happening at your other co-parent's house. You live at whatever address you live at. They live at the address they live at. And so when you send your children or child over to their house, that's it. You need to practice the relinquishing of control. This is not about you. You guys couldn't work it out in this relationship, and that's okay. But you need to understand that your children have a right to establish a foundation which is healthy at the other house. And when my children are with their dad, because I told you I'm a co-parent, I allow them the space. Trust me, they're doing all kinds of things that I probably wouldn't do. But when they're with him, I trust him. I trust him with my life, which are my children. And so if you're not in a co-parenting relationship where trust is built and you have to micromanage what's going on over there,
Okay, I'm live, so that means we're experiencing some technical difficulties. But that was good. Okay, well, let's do this. While we're getting everything sorted out, we'll go ahead and show that Man of Me promo again. And then hopefully by the time we get done with that, we should have some stuff sorted out here. So stay with us. We're not through. Man of Me promo coming up now. And we'll get back as soon as we get this technical difficulties worked out.
having my father around in my life felt like a big hole.
As a kid, my dad had disowned me.
To that moment at 50 years old in my life, I looked at myself and I was ashamed of who I was.
You have to admit your mistakes, and that's hard for a man.
Not having a father in the home creates an imbalance in a child's life.
I see that society is sending double signals. In one sense, it says a man is supposed to lead the household. He's supposed to go out and work, and he's supposed to make sure that the family is provided for.
Knowing and seeing other people's having their families and having their father around, you really look at your life like, where's yours?
Because what he didn't do made me strong.
The Man in Me is a nonprofit organization that educates, strengthens, and supports men. Check out what we're doing in the community.
Are we good? Everyone back? Everyone got it all under control. We got it under control. You know what it was, Leah? You were preaching good, and someone's angry ex out there came outside, unplugged the whole house. But we got
the devil is always busy. He loves to recruit. You know that. But he is not winning. He is not winning today. He is not winning today.
All right. Well, as you were, go ahead and keep knocking it out. We're gonna give it right back to you.
Okay, I'm going to keep sharing my screen and we're going to go now.
Stay with us this time.
Okay, so I was breaking off into whether or not you have this broken common issues. We were talking about common issues and what not to do. So I'm going to go to the next screen. Devil, get thee under my foot. It is not about you today. So again, if you're over somebody, you should be over somebody. If you have a co-parent and your co-parent lives elsewhere, we were going to recap. Okay, your co-parent lives somewhere else. Whatever's happening over there is their business. Now, again, don't start typing in comments, well, you don't understand because there was abuse. We're not talking about those convoluted relationships that need a lot of extra care. We're talking about just your general, you guys are no longer together. The relationship is over. I'm sending my baby over. In the interim of time, are you going to miss your children? Absolutely you are. You're going to miss your children, and I understand it. I miss my kids every time. But this is also a great time for you parents. When your children go away, see that as a joy. Count that as a break. See that person in your life as co-parent as a resource. That's a time that you can go take a bath without being disturbed, right? You could go to the mall and just aimlessly walk around lost. You don't have to be sad, worrying about what's happening over at somebody else's house. Now, there are some conditions that you might want to consider, and that's why this relationship is so vital. If you know, let's say, I'll give you this. I'm in Texas. Everybody totes guns down here. If you know that your co-parent loves a gun, loves bullets, but he's not as safe as you would rather, or she's not as safe as you would rather, that's a communication that you want to make sure you have. And you guys should discuss it, right? You should discuss it and say, listen, I'm not trying to tell you what's going on over at your house. I'm simply going to tell you, if you could be so mindful that we are raising these important babies and jewels and gifts from God, let's keep them safe. Do you have a gun safe? You know, what's going on with the gun? You know, ask in a non-threatening way, because again, you guys are on a team. You both want these children alive and well. So what happens in Vegas, because Vegas exists in two different houses. Realize that there is no power needed in this co-parenting relationship. You and your co-parent are winning together. Nobody should be here and the other person is down here. You should be on 50-50 level playing field. Nobody's losing. The relationship is over. Now you're trying to create doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, an educator, a plumber, an electrician. You're trying to pour into these kids everything that they need to get through 2020 and millennial ahead. There's no time for you to be trying to play power control games. That mental is over. That was your relationship. Now you're trying to recreate winners so they can take care of you when you get older. Don't make your children feel as if they need to choose. Children are super loyal. They love both of you individually, collectively, and equally. When you fight, you put them in the middle, and now they have to choose sides. And they're choosing sides based on their loyalty to the person that is the caring, most sensitive, nurturing one that focuses on them. You don't want to be that person caught on the other side of that. Trust me. You want to be seen also as the nurturing, loving, nurturing, loving, nurturing, loving. I'm going to say it again and again. Parent who is present in their life and attentive. If you're spending all of your time fighting and trying to one up the other parent, then you're in opposition. And that is not going to create a successful, healthy child. So what can you do in your co-parenting relationship that will help you? Now, I told you, co-parenting is for grown folks. And so you're getting ready to see just exactly what I'm talking about here. Pray for your co-parents. Yes, I said it. Pray for your co-parent and your co-parenting relationship. My co-parent and I, we pray together. Church folks know we call it touching and agreeing. When two or more come, he's in the midst. The devil is already active. You saw him try to play me today, but it didn't happen. But trust me that your children need to see you together in solidarity. It gives them a peace of mind and structure. Kids love and they thrive and need structure. And so you need to be able to be mature enough to pray for the interests of your co-parent and that relationship. If there's some past beef between you, I need you to go ahead and apologize and forgive your co-parent. Listen, people, we are not perfect. No one is, thank God. So we're going to struggle in this human thing. I might not be the greatest mom. He might not be the greatest dad. Together, we are perfection in progress. Practice makes progress. And we are all striving to be to a place of perfection. We may never get it in our human skin, but at least we're striving each day to be better people so we can be present for our children. And so you need to go ahead and squash that beef. It doesn't matter anymore. If you're holding on to it, that's your problem. You need some therapy. You need some counseling. I told you I was going to be tough on you today, just a little, but all in love. So you know your issues. You're jealous, you're insecure, you've got problems, you're still bringing up the past. That's all you. Move on and get on with it, all right? Keep your co-parents' interests and well-being at heart. Your interests are the things that are most dear to you. Don't listen to your co-parent's position. That's different. What they're barking, what they're saying, who they're about, all this puffy stuff, right? That's not real, guys. The interest of your co-parent is, and both of you should have a mutually connected interest, and that is the success of your children. So you should focus on the interest. So one of you might say, hey, I'm into this, and the other might say, no, I'm not into that. Don't worry about that. That's your position statement. What's your interest at the end of the day? Your interest at the end of the day is that your children are well looked after, they feel loved, they want to know the both of you, they spend time with you in a family sitting, and together you are striving the best way you can, though the relationship ended. It's time to start putting this in focus, guys, to enjoy your children while you still can. COVID is dropping people every day. I watched the news yesterday. CNN said 1,400 Americans died in a day from a disease, a virus, right? This is no time to be beefing. This is time to get your house in order. It's time to collect on what's important. And what's important is to raise children who are socially conscious, who are completely present in their environment, who understand safety. There's a real threat. If you're brown like me and you're raising brown children, you have more things to worry about than what happened in your past relationship with this person. That's a wrap. Let's move forward and breathe. Whew. I know I said a lot so far. So I just want to take a few seconds to take all that in. Right now, you should be reflecting on where you are in your own co-parenting struggle. It isn't easy. I was in a marriage, right? And we decided early on that probably the marriage isn't the best for us. But what we came together on was we were going to stick together for these children. I was going to be the best version of me. He was going to be the best version of himself. And together, we were going to be a couple in a co-parenting relationship to make sure that our children are the best they can be. So let's just breathe and reflect on what's important to you. I don't know what it looks like at your house, but I can tell you, if you're on the do's less and you're on the don'ts more, it's time to check yourself, really. And the truth hurts, right? We know we don't always want to look in that mirror. I get it. It's not easy, guys. But I want to tell you and just to congratulate you that if you tried at a marriage or you tried at a relationship, don't count that as a failure. You tried something. It didn't work out. It is what it is. It's all good. But if God was able to bless you with children, you're golden. And so now you just need to pour it all in and pour it all in and pour it all in. So let's just take a deep breath on how you're going to do this day by day with mercy and grace. That's the only way. What are the benefits of co-parenting successfully? You're going to raise healthy, resilient children who, with your help, will learn to adapt and cope with change. The world is ever changing. Nothing rarely stays the same. Conflict must be managed. Your children, through your modeling, will be able to be resilient. They'll be able to work things out and see things through. And that's what you need. You'll be able to raise children who understand how to manage conflict with other people who are different from them and think differently than they do. That's an important survival skill in this world. We need it more than ever right now with racial relations and tensions the way they are. We need to be able to sit next to our brother or our sister of another race, another class, another socioeconomic group, and just be good with that. It's all good. Your children, once they start to see you in this amazing co-parenting relationship, will be so much better for it because they will have learned it from people that they trust and people that they love. The meaning of teamwork for the greater good of all involved is what you need to focus on. You, your co-parent, you guys are the quarterback. Your child or children, they're on the front line as your linemen, right? They have the ball because you're going to pass it to them and they need to run and score. That's real talk, right? They cannot do that unless they learn that at home first. Their teachers can't give them that. The counselor can't give them that. Only you and your strong co-parent in that relationship can truly give them the confidence they need to score and win. If you co-parent successfully, the benefit is that they are going to trust themselves. They're going to trust themselves. They're going to be able to trust you, and you need your children to trust you both because they need to see you both, your both Vegas places, as safety nets, places they can go when the streets and the world come down on their fragile shoulders. They need to be able to rely on you. If you're beefing and constantly in conflict, it's not going to happen. And guess what? They're going to find safety in the streets, in gangs, in situations, in bad men, in multiple partners, in pregnancy early on, and just completely discombobulated thoughts of how to manage life. Trust me on that one. They need to be able to trust other people. But if their reaction and their emotions are all over the place, they won't know who the predator from the friend. And you need to teach them to have instinctual skills of who to be safe with and who not to. The only way they're going to do that is if they see you modeling safety, trust, communication, and confidence. Believe that. So I want to now get into this portion right before I start taking a couple of questions. I always get the same scenarios, it seems. People ask me the same thing, and I want to be clear on a couple of these scenarios. So let's get into it. If I don't pay my child support, my co-parent doesn't allow me to see my kids. That's absolute ridiculousness. I don't care. Let me say this first. Your children need both parents. Okay? Children also, they need money. So if you have a child or children, you need to hustle. It is what it is. You need to hustle just like you'd hustle for yourself. That aside, let's say that, you know, the universe handed you a card that wasn't really right. And so you're struggling. You're in the trench, right? You're sleeping in your car. You're not sure how to keep your lights on. You made some bad choices in your life that are now paying into your current life in adulthood. That's not your child's fault. Co-parents, there is no reason that even if the person has no financial means to take care of your child financially, hear me now, they should not see their child, should not see that child. You have to share, because even the broke parent is the wealthy parent. How is it that they're wealthy? They're wealthy in resource. They're wealthy in time. They're worthy and wealthy in just being present. Your children just need a body and a DNA connection or a biological connection or an adoptive connection to know that's my dad over there. That's my mom over there. I'm all right. Really, they just need to check in. Maybe it would help you. You're struggling, okay? He's not paying. You're struggling. Call him up. If you're not going to be working and you're at the house all day, I need you over here to be babysitting little Katie. Use that as a resource. Hey, I'm struggling. You're struggling. I can use you. What are you doing? I'm looking for jobs. Okay, well, in the middle of looking for jobs, I might need you to come pick the baby up from school so I don't have to worry about it. Work together. Make it happen. Why? For yourself? No. To control the other person? No. To make them feel badly because they took some wrong choices in life? Absolutely not. Because you're raising winners. So this question, I get it all the time. Here's another one, bothers me all the time. I pay child support, but he or she spends the money on new phones, cars, getting their hair done, nails done. Now listen, first of all, what happens in Vegas happens in Vegas. It's just like the preacher you give your money to every Sunday. You don't know what he's doing with the money, but that's not your business. You're supposed to give from the cheerful heart of the cheerful giver, right? That's your business. If you have a co-parent who's mainly taking care of your child during the day, I can tell you this, even if you're contributing money into that family, whatever little money he or she is getting raising your child all single day, they're spending more than you. Trust me. All the school supplies, the school events, the talent show, the this, the that, the Christmas party, the this, the cookies, the bake sale. Listen, I am busy. My co-parent sends money. I use it on those kids, but I also give a lot of money. We're both in this together. It's not one way or another. There's tons of things that you don't realize if your children live somewhere else that they're spending. If she wants to get her nails done, who cares? Happy mother, happy children, happy life, happy you, because then now she's not bugging you. So don't micromanage the money. That's all I'm saying. Count your money. She'll count hers. Together, you make it work for your children. That's really what's important. Scenario 2. My diet is strict and we don't eat bad food in my house, but my irresponsible co-parent feeds this child everything under the sun that's bad. And they eat out fast food every day. It gets on my nerves. It drives me crazy. Listen, that's not for you to manage. It's not for you to manage. Your baby goes over there, eats all kinds of junk. When they get back home, just detox them up. Detox them up. Get them some water, some fresh greens, some kale. They're going to be all right. Remember, I told you the benefits of co-parenting is you're raising resilient children. It's not up to you to manage somebody else's diet or house. It is what it is. However, you can come together and say, hey, last time you gave them that food, they were a little rashy. You know, I really want to look out for the children. I don't want them to be uncomfortable. So can you not give them this? If a co-parent is on your team, absolutely, they're going to say yes. If they're not, then you know what you need to work on. Okay, this one is a huge one. This is the last scenario we're going to cover, and then we're going to get to questions if I have any. But my co-parent dates a lot of people that he or she meets on Facebook. I don't want my kids around him or her in that environment. Or I always get this question, my co-parent is dating someone who's been to prison. Or this one is real messy and petty. I don't want his new girlfriend to do my child's hair. Girl, please. Listen, if my co-parent had a woman who wanted to help me braid up some hair, I would totally let her. And that's an opportunity for me and her to get on the same page of raising my children. What you don't want is for your co-parent to have somebody new in their life who you are now alienating and they're around your children. That person needs to be your best buddy. You need to know what they eat for breakfast. You guys need to have a relationship, platonic. You're not going to talk about the past. You're not going to talk about who he was or who she was, but you're going to come together because it takes a village. If someone wants to braid my child's hair, I'm going to meet them, talk to them, feel them out, help them understand what kind of hair my child has. I'm totally open for it. It's called togetherness. Raise the village. Everybody has a part in the village. So stop being petty, right? My co-parent spent some time in jail. Okay, this is a reality. When I was doing a lot of family law work and mediations and that nature, a lot of people have moral clauses. Like they were saying, oh, I don't want you to date anybody until the children are 18, 16. Come on, listen, stop. Your co-parent and you have a right to happiness however you find it. But again, if you get on the same team and you're working for the same team, what you can do is come together to have conversation. Say, hey, if you ever date or if you ever date and it's serious, I would like to meet that person. I would like to know that person, sit down, talk mano a mano, look them in the eye. I would like to know who this guy is you got around the kids. I would like to know who this woman is in a non-threatening way, not coming from a protection because you're still in the emotionality of your relationship, but you're coming together so you can shake hands with people. You can tell a lot about something in your instinct when you meet with somebody. Don't make judgments because you're not perfect. And you don't want them to turn that on you. When you get a new man or a new girlfriend, she's going to come for you. So chill out, breathe, just say, hey, we're raising kids. We want to make sure that the exposure is good and sound, right? We don't want any foolishness. I got your back, you got mine. But the world is not in this relationship. It's important, guys, that you just have an agreement as to how you're going to work this out, both with the same interest to raise children who are successful and adjusted. That's it. It's not that serious. If he's dating Facebook, if she's dating Facebook, Instagram, I don't know, all this stuff that's going on today, that's okay. That's their life. But you can have a conversation about it. And you can say, hey, what's important to you? Well, what's important to me is the children. Okay. Well, when you see a lot of partners coming in and out of your life as a parent, it's confusing to the baby. I agree. Yes, let's not do that. Keep it safe, right? Let's not expose them. Okay, yeah, a reasonable co-parent. If you're working on the same team, they're going to get that vibe and feel it. It's all good. Doesn't have to be an argument. Don't come in gangbusters. Listen, don't have this person around my child and all this otherness. It's not necessary. So I wanted to give you some glimpse into why I know this works. First of all, again, I'm a co-parent. And when I asked my children, when I was making this presentation, I said, what do you think you've learned from seeing Daddy and I work together? And my son, my beautiful son at 10 years old, he said something so profound. He said, seeing us together, just because you may not like someone or see eye to eye, doesn't mean you walk away or give up trying. His twin, my daughter, she said that even though you guys are divorced, parents must take care of the children and find a way to make it work so we can live a happy life. I promise you, my kids are deep. They actually said this stuff. My oldest, the 11-year-old, she said simply, I think that my parents love me. If you ask your children today what they're learning from your co-parenting relationship, and they don't say anything as powerful as this, then you're failing them. And it's time to come correct, get yourself together, honest to goodness. And with that, I want you to post your questions and comments. I'm standing here live. You got the expert ready to go. So if you got questions and comments for me right now, just go ahead and post them. I'm going to go to this comment section over here and see if I have any questions. It doesn't look like I have any. I don't know. Isaac, George, do you guys have any questions for me?
Hey, there I am.
Oh, new hat. He's got a new hat.
I told y'all I was gonna change clothes, but I didn't want to do that. The hat will work. Would you? And you spoke about this a little bit. Would you speak to the difference between because a lot of the things that are masked as safety issues or they're masked as legitimate concerns more often than not turn out to be like a power struggle deal. Can you speak to the power struggle concept again? What's going on between mom and dad? And again, what do they need to do versus arm wrestling and all these little manipulation tactics?
Yeah. So the power struggle is unnecessary because, again, if you reduce the emotionality, Josh, no need for you to have power over the other person. The only reason we have power struggles is because we have an emotional connection to something that occurred where we didn't feel like we were getting the one up in that relationship, or they maybe dogged us or we dogged them, or maybe we just controlling people. That's where the power struggle comes from. It's a past connection of emotionality and damage. And so nip it, because that's no longer the deal. There's no need to manipulate anybody. You're not in this relationship. That's a wrap. And so the power struggle can be reduced by several different ways. You simply need to come to the middle and agree to disagree. I don't need my co-parent to be like me. I don't need to be like him, right? There's no power struggle. He says 2 o'clock, I say 4. A lot of people say, well, I told him to show up at 2 and he didn't, so he's not seeing the kids. Really? That's extreme. Knock it off. Are you kidding me? Why don't you work together? If he keeps missing a pickup time, for example, and he said 2, you said 2:30, he didn't want to do it, ask him, when does it work better for you? When does it work better for you? Try that, right? If you know that your child's teacher, I always use this as well. This power control, like, oh no, he's going to do this or she's going to do this. I'm going to do this. No, listen, you're not doing that with your teacher. You're not doing that with your child's teacher. You're allowing the teacher to have complete control over your child for 8 hours and you are loving it. So if you're giving it to a stranger, then you might as well give it to your co-parent on the same team. Come on.
Wow, that was good. Let me think of what other kind of questions I normally get. We normally get. There's always a power and control thing. I'm glad you addressed the whole no child, no money, no time issue because we see that a lot.
Listen, if my co-parent had no money, he'd be at my house daily, so I could take a bath, so I could eat without somebody eating my food, so I could go get my hair done, so I could take a walk, so I could just go in the corner and scream. He'd be here. He had no job. I would be helping him out with his resume because maybe that's my skill set and he's not so great at it. We would help him. We would be on the team. Come on, let's go, boys.
What you're talking about is a completely different mindset than what we see a lot of times because, again, it goes back to that, well, why am I going to do anything for them because I'm still trying to get back at them one way or the other. And what you're talking about is changing the paradigm from this isn't even about the fight between us. There is no fight between us. And if there is something, I like what you said at the beginning. You said, if you need to go get help, go get help.
Yes. Yes. Listen, if I'm prospering, my children are prospering. If he's prospering, our children are prospering, right? And excuse me for saying my and our, it just goes back and forth. But the reality is this, I want him to win. I promise you, this is real and you have to, this is for grown folks. That's why I said that. It's for grown folks. And even though you hated him in the past because he was about some garbage and some drama, he may come to you and say, hey, look, I'm vulnerable here because, I haven't been working and I don't really have a lot of cash. Well, what can you do? Daycare is expensive. Can you watch the kids? He says, no, I don't really want to do that. Well, what would you like to do in the betterment of these children? Help me help you. Help me help you. You really have to have a heart. God is resting in your heart. So you have to love your brother. This is greater than your brother. This is your seed of your child. It's a great responsibility to see him well. I don't want to see him down. That doesn't help my children. My children are better when they see their father well. We pray for him daily. He and I talk, 4 times a day, checking you about these kids. It's not about me. It's not about him. It's about these children. What can I do? What can I do? What do you need? What do you need? Get it done.
One more question that I have. One of the statistics talked about the rate of children that get sexually abused by dad or mom's new boyfriend, girlfriend that comes into the house is kind of alarming. As a co-parent, I see two things, one of two extremes. Either parent wants to know everything about the other people in and out of the other person's life, or parent wants nothing to do with anything that's going on in the other person's life. Again, you spoke to this earlier, but would you again speak to that? Because there are some legit safety concerns that people have, and then it can also become a manipulation strategy or tactic. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Right, but again, George, that's why your co-parent must be your closest ally. Because if I'm the ally, I'm a trusted advisor in the raising of my children, right? So if you feel comfortable with me and I'm in your village, then you're going to be okay with me saying, hey, what's going on in your life? And you say, well, I'm dating somebody. Okay, can I meet them if you think it's serious? Sure. And I'm not coming from an angle of manipulation or judgment. I'm because those children may potentially spend time with that person. That's important, right? And if the case, I want to know them. And the only way, like what you're saying, yes, people are sexually abusing. That's why you make sure you and your co-parent are on the same, to make sure their brain hasn't gone crazy. Sex can change some things. You know? And you also, let's be real, right? You might get some and it's amazing, and now you're crazy because you've left a stranger who you just knew for 3 weeks in the house with your kids. No. So if you mind, the first thing you want to do is call your co-parent. Hey, I got to go make a run or an errand. My boyfriend or my girlfriend's at the house. Can you come and watch them, or can I come and bring them to you? Or, you know, what's the story? Set it up so that your co-parent is the first person you're going to go to if you need a sitter, rather than put it in a stranger. My co-parent worked on a case. He's a criminal defense attorney, but he worked on a case with a woman who had known this man for 6 weeks. She had no village. And this woman knew this man 6 weeks. He killed her baby, right? She didn't have a father for the baby to come in to watch the baby when she went to basic training in the military. True story. Wow. You got to have your village, and it starts with your co-parent. And so your co-parent is like your eyes and ears. You guys are teamed up. Batman and Robin. Let's get it.
Wow. This has been good. This has been real good. We got some information. I don't know. This has been good for me. Like you said, this is what you're talking about is some grown-up stuff.
Grown-up stuff. And I'm assuming if we had kids, we were consenting, mature adults. Now, some of us didn't, right? Some of us had kids younger, and that's all right. I'm not judging. But it's time to grow up and put your big girl, your big boy pants on and start playing with this thing. Your kids are important. Again, you want successful kids, or you want broken kids from broken homes. Break the cycle, Josh. It's time to break the cycle. You know, we talk a lot about this pandemic, and I'm going to say this as my information's down at the bottom. If anybody wants it, you can email me all the time, all day, every day. But listen to this. We talk about this pandemic, right? And we know that there's over 5 million cases in America, and that's tragic. It is. Condolences to all the families that have lost in the hundreds of thousands, right? But here's the greater pandemic that we don't realize. 20 million homes in this country alone are fatherless. That's the pandemic, Josh. And so if that's already a case that's affecting us on a major day-to-day, then the worst next case is that even when those fathers are outside of the home, they have no connection to their children and no connection to their co-parent. We're doing these kids a disservice, and then we expect them to go into the community, be prosperous and completely productive, but they had no foundation to do so because we couldn't get it together and get out of our own ego. It's time to stop the nonsense.
Ouch.
Ouch.
Why did I have to be? Why am I hosting this session? I feel like you're talking to me. I didn't mean to do it, Leah. Let me see. We don't have any questions or comments over here. We got Joe Brundage says she is speaking only facts. It does.
Thank you, Joe.
So less ego for the sake of the kids. And Josh
and
has
he's
a
here
hat.
for your hat. He's here for your hat. I'm here for it too, George.
We gotta do it. Well, let's make sure we have Leah's information.
Yeah, put it up on the screen so we can have everybody who needs me. I'm available for hire.
Okay. Hold on, we're working on it. Give me a second. I got a technical difficulty thing going on. We're gonna post Leah's information though, real quick, like, aren't we, Isaac?
Yeah. And while you're doing that, I'm just gonna outro with this.
Oh yeah, did you see this?
Okay, yes, that's a good question. Thank you, Amber. A gatekeeper, it's a term that we hear in the law and within family situations. It's a person who micromanages time with the child. They gatekeep. In other words, they watch everything. And how do we deal with gatekeeping parents? Again, the way to do that is to firstly figure out why they're gatekeeping. Are they gatekeeping on legit reasons of the things I disclaimed, which is this abuse cycle you're talking about, Josh, which is completely different? Are they gatekeeping because they're insecure and they just cannot bear the thought of letting their child be with someone else because of jealousy or insecurity? But gatekeeping is just the person is just keeping that child on the lock, gate, and key. And how do we deal with it? The only way to deal with it is to not judge. You're not going to get them to come to you if you're judging them. You want them to be in a place of comfort and safety with you, that they actually open the gate. Now, how do they do that? You've got to get into better footing with them. If you know that you abused them or you hurt them or they were already broken when they came to you, before they even started the relationship, they were broken, and then maybe something happened between you that they're even more broken. You got to show them empathy. You have to get in and say, how can we help this, right? You have to speak your truth. You might have to be the man or the bigger man or woman to say, listen, what is your fear? Me and my co-parents talk about fears and dangers and hopes and dreams. And if he knows that I feel some way, he tries to assure me that this is good. I got it. We got it together, right? And so you might have to go to that person and say, what is your fear? Let's talk about it. What do you fear the most when they're with me that you want to keep them with you? Well, I fear this. Go through those points. That's your partner. Go through those points and debunk them all. I fear that you're going to be doing this. Okay, well, I don't do that. What's next? Well, I fear, and people don't want that. They don't want you to have that ability to come into your life and tell you what's going on and talk to you on that level. But again, this is for grown folks. So this is your best buddy in this parenting role that you're in. You guys have to have some real conversations and dispel some myths, speak some truth and facts, assure and reassure, find grounds of trust and safety. And then that person, if it doesn't work, you guys need to go to counseling and therapy together to get through this. It might need a professional. It may, because you don't know the status of someone's mindset and their brokenness. You just don't. And so but don't abandon them. Don't judge them. Be patient. Mercy and grace. Mercy and grace. Trust me, my co-parent was doing crazy things and that I would never do, right? And he probably think I was doing crazy things that he would never do. Together, we got together for our children. And look what they had to say. They're happy and adjusted. Grown folks.
Grown folks. Man, everything you're talking about is like some grown-up stuff. Like, well, yep, that's child.
Oh, we got something else here. Another question.
What we got? What about this situation? All right, let me read it. So what about this situation like this? You are trying to do your best to be a team, but the other parent, I can't talk, the other parent drops in and out, inconsistency.
Yes.
And so then it's almost like you don't want to give them a chance because you feel like you're tired of seeing the kids disappointed every time.
Okay. So listen, I love this. I love what you just said, Josh, but let me speak. Thank you, Michael, for the question. It's a great question. If you know that you were dating somebody inconsistent, they're not going to just grow into consistent superheroes when you are done with them. Stop it. That's not real. You knew they were.
I'm going to grow them up. I'm going to fix them. I'm going to make them better.
Josh, you knew they were inconsistent when you were dating them, right? And you couldn't fix them. So that's a core characteristic that may or may not change by your influence. So you don't worry about what they're doing inconsistently. You need to keep modeling consistency. Somewhere their parents or their nature came into play. They became inconsistent. Trust me, I know that would drive me crazy, but you just keep being consistent. It's just like your child, right? Your children are not going to be the cleanest. You can say it 17 times, it's still going to leave crumbs every single time you tell them to clean the counter. That's inconsistency. So you have to understand with empathy that maybe that person missed some core developmental skills from their parents. Maybe they came from a home that wasn't consistent. It's all right. They don't need to be your military person. You just be consistent. Just be you. Don't worry about that and pray them up. And then show them positive reasons why your children need a little consistency and help them, right? Just love them up, guys. I swear to you, I love my co-parent. That's my boy. He is my ace, honest to goodness. He's very different. I'm very neat. He's super messy. Like, I remember when I met him, his office was a hot mess. I called it organized confusion. He came to my place. It was super, super neat. I don't try to make him me. I still stay neat. Does it drive you crazy? Sure. But you need patience and you need continued love and keep doing what you do. Hopefully, eventually it'll happen. And if it doesn't, just raise your kids to be consistent and show them the value without disparaging the other parent. Nothing you can do. People are who they are. Just put them up.
So takeaways. Leah did not give anyone permission to go back and be like, see, you're messy because your mama didn't raise you right. That's what Leah said.
No, don't do that, because that's going to make your child choose. And if your child, listen to this. Now, this is a good point too, because a lot of people disparage their co-parent. Let me tell you this, right? The minute you start talking trash about your co-parent's characteristics or tendencies, like your mama's so inconsistent, she's this. What if your child is also inconsistent natured? Now, how do they feel about themselves? Well, your mommy hates my dad or my mom because they're inconsistent or they're always tardy, but I'm a little that way too. Do they hate me too?
Wow.
I'm gonna come back to get you. Trust me. Don't do it. Just say, just give them the benefits of being consistent. Teach your child respect, being on time, being a team player is important. We've all been on teams in sports when somebody's not really running the ball like they should. It is what it is. Some days they're hot, some days they're cold. I'm a huge Laker fan, right? I couldn't stand Shaq in the beginning. Couldn't shoot from the line for nothing. But he grew. Grace and mercy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You said you're a huge Laker fan, and I was too until about 2 years ago. But
I'm sorry. Haters gonna hate.
And Lakers gonna lose. Anyways, I'm sorry.
No, listen, I didn't like LeBron either, right? We're on another subject, but it's still the same. I didn't like LeBron either. Like he had a lot of hype. He was a great, amazing talent, but he wasn't always refined, right? He didn't come off the bench knowing all things, but he had to build those skills. We're all in this together. This is a community of building. If you're all for it, then keep building. Do your part. Yes. Does it get tired? Are you tired of trying to pull the weight of somebody else? Of course. But that's what you chose. You missed some red flags somewhere. That was on you. Sorry. Work with it. Work with it.
Life_love_solutions at yahoo.com. Yes, people are still using yahoo.com.
Yes, they are. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yahoo works very fine. Hit me up at life_love_solutions at yahoo.com. I am hired for speaker. You can hire me as a coach, a mentor. I'm here for you. I want to just leave everybody with this. This isn't perfect. We're not looking for perfect. Practice makes progress. We're just looking for progress. We need redemption. We need forgiveness. We need love. We need togetherness. The world is already in disarray because of it. We see the effects of it, right? This was a plan that families would be destroyed a long, long time ago that had nothing to do with us. And we're buying into that stereotype and perpetuating it and continuing it on, right? If you're brown, it's the vestiges of slavery. Don't buy into it. Write your family. Get on your battle and write your family, because someone else wants to destroy you. That's real. So make your children amazing and strong, that they can go to you or they can go to the other parent, but they have two parents that are winning and rooting and really wanting them to succeed. Co-parenting can be easy, but you got to be grown to do it.
Awesome. Well, guys, we've had a wonderful session with Leah. Thank you so much for your wisdom and your insight.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Again, guys, life_love_solutions@yahoo.com. If you got questions, she knows her stuff. Reach out to her. Bring her to your events. Bring her to your summits. Get her involved. If you need some questions with your own situation, reach out to her because she can help you. Thank you so much, Leah. We shall see you.
Thank you, Josh. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. We're going to go to a commercial real quick, and then I'll be right back with the same hat, but we'll get ready to go into the next session. So commercial, coming back with the hat, and then we'll get ready for the next session.
The Man in Me is a nonprofit organization that educates, strengthens, and supports men. Check out what we're doing in the community.
Okay. We're back. We're getting ready to go into our next session, but I want to take this time to let you know. So kind of what we're doing today is we've got two streams going on. So with the summit, there's this stream with myself, and you've seen the speakers that have been on this side, but then there's another stream going on with Alonzo Blankenship. And over there right now, they've got let me see here. I believe it's okay. They're gonna have Morgan Taylor up next over there with the she's a sex therapist. So they're gonna be doing the Sex Talk Cafe. That's gonna be happening live. And so you can go to the Man of Me page on Facebook, and you'll be able to see where the other stream is going. And you can jump on that. Got some background noise real quick. All right, cool. So you'll be able to see that's going on. So we've got, again, we're about to do the panel here, but then on the other stream, they've got the live Sex Talk Cafe going on. So there's that. We're getting ready to jump into our next panel. I need to get two more little things up on my thing. So Isaac, give me one more commercial, give me another 10 seconds, and we'll get all our speakers ready to roll, and then we're going to get this show on the road. Give me a couple seconds.
Not having my father around in my life felt like a big hole.
As a kid, my dad had disowned me.
To that moment at 50 years old in my life, I looked at myself and I was ashamed of who I was.
You have to admit mistakes, and that's hard for a man.
Not having a father in the home creates an imbalance in a child's life.
I see the society is sending double signals. In one sense, it says a man is supposed to lead the household. He's supposed to go out and work, and he's supposed to make sure that the family is provided for.
Knowing and seeing other people's having their families and having their father around, you really look at your life like, where's yours?
Because what he didn't do made me strong.
Listen, the documentary was one of the most powerful things that as an organization I think we've done. The project was incredible. So we're going to make sure that you have an opportunity to know where that's going to be streaming. Make sure you're following us because we do some live streams of it. And once the world opens up again, we'll definitely go to another theater and have the whole thing going on where you can see it. But I'm really proud to be a part of the nonprofit, the group, the Man in Me. As you can see, we're doing hats right now. And I did my cowboy hat. I'm doing my sun hat. And then if they let me come back after this, I may have something else going. But I'm probably going to get fired after this hat. So it's all good. So listen, right now we got a panel, a bunch of grown men talking about some grown men business. And I don't know if you picked up on what Leah was talking about in her last session, but it's like grown folks doing grown folks things. We're gonna get some grown men in here and talk about some grown folks business. This is gonna be awesome. We've got hosting this next panel is gonna be my main man Bavu Blakes, scholar MC. If you've ever been around the Austin hip hop scene at all, then this dude is a legend, not just in the Austin scene, but specifically the Austin scene because he's from here. The dude is a legend. He is a learner, a leader, an award-winning musician whose studio collaborations include Grammy winners like Adrian Caseta, Symbolic One, Gary Clark Jr. Yeah, I can't talk. It's the hat. It's messing with my tongue. Gary Clark Jr. and Ilmon. Bavu's dope. And one of the things I love about Bavu, and I always say this, he's one of the few people I know that has his own day. Bavu Blake's Day. Look it up. It's a thing. Hey, can we bring Bavu to the screen? We got Bavu coming. And all right, so then we also got Teddy Jones. Make sure I get everyone's bios in here. I'm sorry, we got Ceasar, Barajas. Did I say that correctly? Barajas or is it Barajas? Barajas. Did you like how I rolled my R?
Golden, brother. With the accent and everything. Muchas gracias.
I had a Mexican mom who liked to speak Spanish when she was angry. And so every time she got mad, I got a lesson in Spanish. And so that's how I learned how to roll my R's. Barajas. Ay, Josué, toma friegas. That's what she used to say. I hope that wasn't.
We gotta take away ourselves from attaching the angry mom, Latina mom, to that stereotype. Let's talk about all the wonderful Latinx moms who are speaking those sweet nothings into our ears, fellas.
Yes, let's talk about those moms.
Yeah.
And shout out to mom that was yelling at me. He's an international wellness mentor and advocate. Did you see he just gave me a little brief lesson there in the real time? We had him come in on one of our sessions, and he works with Army veterans with mindfulness, managing stress, anxiety.
All veterans.
Veteran for 7 years. Does yoga. Listen, I know you're sitting down and comfortable outside. I'd have you show us some yoga positions, but we'll do that later. We'll do that another day. We got Teddy Jones. He is originally from Minneapolis, but he resides in Austin for the last 13 years. He's currently a restorative practices associate for the Austin Independent School District. So we're very happy to have him here as well. We got Brandon Woodson. Brandon is the pastor out of San Antonio, right?
No, I'm back in Austin. I've been in Austin for a couple years now, back.
Yes, we're driving back in Austin. Brandon, local pastor. Somebody got me joining the background. Hold on. All right. Well, Brandon is a man of integrity, talents, and nothing short of eye-catching. The dude is a genius. BA in communications from Houston Tillotson, HBCUs in the house. So we appreciate that. And then we've got Darryl Thomas. And then pull up. That was the one. Yours was the one bio that was not going to my other screen. But Darryl Thomas is a U.S. Marine veteran. He's the husband to a phenomenal wife and a father of 5 amazing children. He's gone from training military troops to coaching leadership and character to the next generation of leaders in post-secondary education. A lot of other great stuff. Listen, these guys are a bunch of awesome, amazing gentlemen, and I don't want to take any more of the time, so I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to hand this over to Bavu, and then the next time you see me, I'll be in another hat. All right, guys, it's all yours.
Thanks for the intro, brother. Can everybody hear me okay? Thumbs up if you can, especially on the panel. All right, because I'm excited. As soon as I see man in me, I'm excited. An organization I'm proud to serve to the best of my ability. But I'll also have a real clear understanding that men are extremely important in this big divine coordination where we're situated. And so are women. It's where we were born from. And so are any people that were here before us that we can't see now, but they have a huge influence, impact, and position of power on today. So I just wanted to put that out there first. We're men coming together to talk, speak our truths, learn from one another. But we are in a much larger context, so we don't want to act like it's all about us. We're of a much bigger picture, or as funny talking people say, e pluribus unum, which means one of many. All right. So welcome, everybody. My name is Bavu Blakes. I'm a scholar MC. I've been bundled at home with my family, which is very interesting, where everything happens in one place, but there's also no shipping out and shipping in of ourselves each day. So it's a really cool challenge situation that I'm in. And at this moment, I'm sitting in my son's room because my family's downstairs watching a movie because it's a summer Saturday. Hey, so I'm showing up feeling at peace and feeling a great sense of purpose for the honor of moderating this panel today. And what I'd like to ask of each panelist, one at a time, is just name yourself, describe yourself, and tell us how you're showing up today. So name yourself, describe yourself, and let us know how you're showing up today. I'm going to press mute and listen to the four of you.
I'll go ahead and take it, fellas, if you don't mind. First off, Darryl, my man, I'm 84 Fort Corman, Double Doc. Hoorah. So I work with the Veterans Yoga Project. First off, my name is Ceasar Fernando Barajas. Beyond honored to be here with all of these gentlemen. Bavu, I've been a fan for years. So when I heard that you were moderating, I was like, yo, that's what's up. I'm from Texas originally, Houston, Texas, H-Town, South Side of Hiram Clark, but I'm now in New York City, where I've been established as an international wellness mentor and advocate for the last 7 years. I'm an ambassador and a master teacher for the Veterans Yoga Project, where we specifically speak to veterans about helping to reduce those mental health issues. I'm also a men's coach, a life coach, certified meditation teacher, breathing techniques teacher, and a yoga teacher, as Josh mentioned. And I'm on the staff as an adjunct professor at Columbia University, where I teach meditation and breathing techniques to our teachers college. So we're sending all these people that are about to go out and become educational administrators and principals into the world and just teaching them to breathe. And I'm here because I wanted to show up, not just for my man Isaac, my man Marcus Griggs, who's one of my best Navy friends, turned me to this. And it's just a pleasure to be able to support and try to get people to understand that we're in the midst of some trauma. So it's all right for us to feel not normal. And so I'm sure we're going to speak more to that. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you all.
I guess I'll hop in there and go next. Oh, my bad. Teddy, I saw you. You'll come on. Okay. Good. All right, I'll go in there and go next. My name is Brandon Woodson. I'm a pastor, licensed, ordained pastor over Faith Culture Church, who Pastor Gerald and Marquita Johnson are my covering. I've been doing pastoring for about 3 years now, but I've been in ministry probably my whole life. My dad, biologically, is Bishop Billy Lane Jr. of Christian Growth Ministries in Wilmington, Delaware, which is where I hail from, all the way from Wilmington, Delaware. Been in Austin, Texas for about 11 years now. And so I've kind of made this my home, but it's good to have two different homes to go back and forth to. I'm also a licensed life coach. Recently, my wife and I just got our license to be life coaches. We license premarital counseling up to first year, and I also do mentoring for young men. I think that's my calling. I believe that is my calling, and I, aid in that. I tell them I'm their LLG guide to success. LLG standing for listen, learn, and give. Listen for your calling, learn your purpose, and live it. And then as you come into your purpose, give back to the next person who's coming before you. So, I'm a very advocate for Christian education and education to begin with. I'm getting ready to go into being a teacher here in the high schools in Austin, Texas, greater Austin, Texas. I'm studying to get my certification for that now as well. And other than that, man, I'm getting my master's in divinity and finishing that, coming to the end of that at the end of 2021. So I'm excited about that. Other than that, man, I have a beautiful wife, beautiful family of 4, got 3 boys, 1 girl, and I'm excited about that. For more information, if you want to go look me up, you'll find me at BibleEZ.com, BibleEZ.com. I got ebooks you can check out and other books that you can look at, and as well as an e-course on there, so you can check that out as well at your leisure. Thank you all for having me.
Yeah, how's everybody doing? I'm very excited to be here. Bavu, I appreciate you as always for the opportunity. My name is Teddy Jones, and as it was mentioned, I'm a man first and a father of 3 beautiful boys. I'm from South Minneapolis, actually born and raised not too far from 38th in Chicago, the memorial site of where George Floyd lost his life. I've been in Austin now for about 13 years, and I found my beautiful wife, and my life really changed around when I met her. But my passion in my life is equity work in Austin School District. As a restorative practice associate, we move around in many different schools, trying to bring just social awareness, cultural proficiency, and really connection. Really spend a lot of time trying to get people to really connect with our kids, particularly our black and brown babies. So with that being said, I want to pass over to Darryl.
Boom. I got you, Teddy. Appreciate it. Hey, once again, fellas, it's definitely an honor to be here. Bavu, I appreciate you being the moderator for this session. And also a shout out to the whole Man and Me crew. You know, definitely Isaac. We go back some years back when I was in Austin. But for me, who am I? My name is Darryl Wayne Thomas Jr. I am a U.S. Marine, spent some time doing some combat tours, Kuwait and Iraq, early part of 2000s. And I'm a husband to a phenomenal wife. My high school sweetheart, she and I, we've been married for, it'll be 20 years, you know, come November. And we have 5 amazing kids. My oldest, she's actually now a Marine as well, you know, so simplify, baby. But I have 3 boys and 2 girls. My girls on the bookends are the bookends to our family. I tell you, the work that I do, hands down, I'm all about intervention. I'm all about being proactive and not being reactive. And then for those moments where we have to react, we want to restore. And so that's really been my mission. Being a former at-risk youth myself, growing up fatherless in many ways, losing my dad at the age of 14, so on and so forth. I have a heart and a deep commitment to reaching back to the next generations, empowering them through our organization. The Size of a Man is a nonprofit organization where we mentor the at-risk males and at-risk females, really teaching those young kings, young queens, the skills they need to break the cycles of fatherlessness and poverty through mentorship. So other than that, I'm ready to go, guys. This is my book that I wrote. It's called Today I Win When Tests Go Beyond the Classroom. Really just speaking to some of the issues that the young people are facing today. Quite frankly, it's bigger than just the test they're taking, those academic tests, the START test and whatever other standardized tests. They're facing some serious issues. I'm glad to be a part of this panel so we can discuss that.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Darryl. I realize I'm sitting in the midst of educators in several forms. So that's an honor. Because I'm definitely learning a lot about learning and learning a lot about education as well. So it's cool to be in that space. I'm noticing that we have formal and informal ministry. I'm noticing that we have mentors and possibly healers and folks who are representative of passing what's available to you down to the generation that's coming behind you, which is a beautiful thing, because my greatest question is, how do those of us who identify as Black and brown, born between 1965 and 1984, how does this hip hop generation leverage its resources for today's generation? So it's an honor to be sitting here as 20% of an answer that I can see and experience right in front of my face. So here we go. What I'd like to do next is I'd like to suggest some ways of being that we can agree on. And I try to keep it short and simple. So please let me know what I'm missing, and please add to this. First, I said that we could take notes as needed. I said that we should listen closely to others. I said that we'll also listen internally for emergent insights. So 2 things that we might take notes on are what's coming up within us, but also a jewel that we might get from another person. And the last way of being I wanted to offer was to respond in the moment when applicable. So if something pops up and you really feel like at that moment there's something that you need to insert, you know, or maybe you also have an idea of a previous answer or previous thought that you know fits, but then something within the moment comes to you, by all means respond in the moment when it applies, because sometimes what's coming to you at that moment is actually for us. So are there any other ways of being that anyone would like to offer before we start that we can agree to? Okay, we're good. I am going to post in the chat some of the questions that I'm asking, all of them actually. And this first question that I'm going to ask, we can take our time with pondering it as needed. Some of y'all are quick draw McGraw, rugged and raw, and I get it. But feel free to take your time. There's no problem with you passing on a question. There's no problem with you answering a question later after the fact, even in a different round. All right. So the first question I have, and take your time on this, from your perspective, what are the most significant challenges that 2020 has presented to manhood? What are the most significant challenges that 2020 has presented to manhood? And I'm going to mute and let's talk about it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in that, Bavu. I was pondering this quite some time, actually, since this whole pandemic has broken out. Just pondering some of the things that I've heard, some of the things that I've coached and witnessed, some of the things that I'm even dealing with now concerning certain men that I've coached even now. One of the things that probably stands out the most, one of the challenges that I see, is dealing with the invisible man. 2020, if you're in the church or if you're big into church, you know that a lot of things have been prophesied about 2020 being the year of things coming into sight or things coming into vision or your vision playing out. But as it stands, a lot of 2020 has actually been more of the year that we did not see coming. And so with that, it has challenged us. As you said, you're with your family. I'm with mine downstairs in my little man cave, I'll call it. But a lot of times in this type of setting, because men are so used to being outside of the home, being the provider, going to work, because there are some people who have been laid off. I myself have been laid off. And so now it has challenged me to develop what kind of resources am I going to develop for my family. And I think that even before 2020 had came into play, all of these things have been chimed in over year after year after year. And what has happened is, for me, my perspective is, this is the year where we have to deal with that invisible man, the year where the hidden things of a man have now come to surface. And so, for instance, you said, what's the challenge between manhood? Well, if you look at manhood, a lot of times, even before 2020 has taken place, we found a lot of people, or I found a lot of young men deal with rehearsing their masculinity. And here's what I mean. A lot of times they project their experimental versions of masculinity onto themselves and onto their lives. And a lot of times what happens is, because we deal with a fatherless epidemic beyond the pandemic that we're dealing with, we find a lot of young people who are just trying on or rehearsing what they think masculinity is. And so a lot of times you have people who are training them and developing them by societal-based nature. And so what is societal-based nature? It's teaching young men how to be, one, angry, and number two, sexual. And so that seems to be the only thing that they have to attain or to correlate with being a man. And so oftentimes we find men today who have fallen to experimental versions of masculinity. And so, for example, let me experiment marriage and commitment, or let me experiment with business, or let me experiment raising my kids. And these are, what's wrong with experimenting with masculinity is that it's often performance pressured or performance based. And instead of, you going the distance and having that stick-to-itiveness, what we find a lot is, instead of you have an attitude that's all or nothing. And so you try to go do a business, you try to get into a marriage, you try to commit yourself to a relationship, you try to be committed to the relationships with your children. But if all else fails, then you do away with the entire thing. And I think that's one of the challenges, and I've got a lot more to say, I'll let the other brothers go, but I think that's one of the challenges that I've seen being presented in 2020 is the invisible man, and having to deal with the internal issues that we didn't want to deal with before, but now we're faced to do that and deal with those things now that we're in an enclosed space.
Yo, that's what's up, Brandon. Thank you for that. If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and jump in. Something you said, my man, about rehearsing masculinity. So as a teacher amongst these educators, but we're not just educators, we're nurturers, we're motivators, and we're having to be in a position where we've been told societally that we have to stabilize. Let's add to that the pressures of being Black and brown men. In a society, specifically the US, we have been divided since day one. We have never been seen and sought as equal. So here we are in a position where we take the stigmas of society, the racial strife, politically, think about all the injustices. Let us find ourselves, whether we have indigenous backgrounds or not, being disrespected from day one. And then we're raised in a society, and this is to follow up your point, B. This is a place where we're raised in a society where we're told systematically, if you do good, you'll be rewarded. If you do bad, you're punished. Darryl spoke of the standardized test. You do good in your standardized test, you'll get into your university. But if you don't, you ain't going to college. And we're not shifting the mindset to tell every kid, Black, brown, white, polka dotted, that it's okay as young men to fail. Speaking on the rehearsing masculinity, there's a fantastic book called The King, the Warrior, the Magician, and the Lover. But in this, these two psychotherapists speak to, we're in a place where we as men have always been part of an immature masculinity, a boy masculinity. Ritualistically with the indigenous, ritualistically in different cultures around the world outside of the US, specifically outside of the Western world, there is a ritual that boys will go through to become men. How many of us, other than being shot at, locked up, and this is me, I joined the military because that was the only way for me to pay to college, and then I found myself at 15 years old facing sexuality and knowing that I wanted to be with women, and then I was raped, fellas, by a 19-year-old female camp counselor. So part of what I'm doing as a teacher, educator, motivator, nurturer is letting men know that we have to be able to take ourselves and feel. And so one of the most significant challenges of 2020 is all of a sudden we're all freaking out. How many of you, and I don't have kids, I can't imagine what it's like to have to homeschool. Here we are locked up in your house, not locked up, but you're quarantined in the house. It got so much to the point where I burnt out. I learned what compassion fatigue was. I had a breakdown. I was officially diagnosed 10 years ago with anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress. I found my emotional sobriety then. And what this year did was only exacerbate all of those self-sabotaging, miserable thoughts in my mind. And I had a breakdown. So right now I'm in a position where I may have significantly altered my relationship with that one true partner, the love of my life partner. And right now we're estranged because I let myself get burnt out. So allow ourselves to go from a place where not only can we try to reduce the toxic masculinity, but give ourselves the capability to feel. Jason Wilson, love Jason Wilson, wrote a book called Cry Like a Man. Yo, let us find our way outside of this emotional incarceration. So one of the biggest challenges has been we're not letting ourselves feel. We're not letting ourselves freak out. So looking forward to hearing the rest of you fellas.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, I definitely want to be able to chime in. Again, Brandon and Ceasar, I really appreciate the points that you're bringing out. And I would say, just to add on to that, the way I see it is that one of the biggest challenges that we, in terms of a manhood, have experienced is the challenge of actually letting go of that Superman cape. Letting go of that Superman cape. You know, oftentimes we want to be perceived as the one that can provide the solution, the one that can rescue, the one that can save, when in fact, we may need some rescuing. When in fact, we may need someone to be there and come to our aid, you know, to render aid to us. And so I think that's been one of the biggest challenges that manhood has faced during the 2020 events that have unfolded thus far, is that just really learning how to just let go of that Superman cape. It's okay to want to be there to help. It's okay to want to be there to rescue, to provide solutions, or whatever the case may be. But at one point in time, we have to also be okay with saying, you know what, I think I need help. And for me, what I've experienced with my own family is that, yes, this has allowed us to draw closer together. It has, in a lot of ways, allowed us to grow much stronger, not just in terms of relationships with one another, but personally, as well as spiritually, as well as mentally. You know, it has allowed us to really to grow in those areas. But what I found is that the greatest superpower that we possess as fathers is really connection and presence and connection and presence. That's our greatest superpower. And we can just show up. Well, whether I'm wearing a cape or not, if I can just show up and be present. And I think that's the reason why I push as hard as I do. And I tend to, I'll take this hat and I'll rest my hat on the fact that I am a family man, because growing up, my dad wasn't present. He wasn't connected. And I felt like that was the missing piece there. And I think still to this day, again, the missing piece is that connection, that presence and that connection, that we can just be present, be connected, whether I need help or not. Just me showing up is going to help my family to be in a better place. And that's what I've experienced, because during those times when I was feeling as if I couldn't save the world and I wanted to save the world, my family was there to pick me up. My family was there to encourage me. My family was there to give me extra motivation. My family, you understand what I'm saying? And so for me, I feel like that's one of the things that we struggle with. We have to have the Superman cape on. You don't have to have that. You don't.
Man, I'm gonna touch right on that too, Darryl. Personally, for me growing up, like I learned what manhood was really by watching the men in my life not be men. You know what I'm talking about? So when we talked about the toxic masculinity that just seems rampant in us, especially in a Black and brown society. You know, my stepdad, I'll never forget, I was had just broken up with a girl, and we were together 5 years, and I had never said anything to her or to anybody about how I was feeling. And I finally opened up to my stepfather about it. And that was a time when I really needed that man, you know, to really protect me, to hold me, to let me know it was all right, you know, because I was hurt. And the first thing that he said to me was, did you love her? I said, oh, absolutely. He said, well, that's where you went wrong. You wasn't supposed to fall in love. And I'll never forget that moment. And it perpetuated my toxic masculinity growing up as a man and thinking that it was all about chasing women and doing things that I wasn't supposed to be doing. But that's what we were all doing. So that piece that Ceasar, you had mentioned, really resonated with me. And the other piece is thinking about the challenges of 2020. Thank you, Darryl, for mentioning we can take off that cape, because for the first quarantine moments, the first few months, me and my wife were busy running around trying to act like everything was all right for the sake of our children. But in the meantime, we were deteriorating, you know, as our relationship was deteriorating. We began to not want to connect with each other. And, you know, one day I just had to say to her, how you doing? And you could see the whole just relief start to come out. And then she asked me how I'm doing. And I was just, I'm not well.
Right.
I'm not well. So I just wanted to touch on that, and everything that you brothers are saying is really resonating with me. And, you know, thank you. Let's keep this conversation going.
Wow. So moving beyond the experimental and rehearsed masculinity, forced to deal with that perceived invisibility, huh? Embracing failure and feelings and even your freakouts, taking your cape off, connecting and be present, no doubt. Learning from non-examples as well and speaking your mind. I'm in the right place. I'm in the right place. You spoke about the concept of added pressure that may come with the historical, social, political reality of being Black and brown men as well, Ceasar. The only thing I would insert is that it is an odd feeling to be coming out of June 2020, the most Black affirming month in United States history in terms of mainstream voice and agenda. And wondering, does that go deeper than the symbolic and the stated? Wondering that, but also wondering if that pendulum swings back, as we know it does, in times of advancement for the minoritized, racialized, subjugated other. What happens when it swings back? Do we have the wrecking ball effect? You know, what happens after Reconstruction? What happens after the president, you know, is viewed as a Black man? You know, what happens after, you know, a Black Wall Street gets built? So that pendulum, and that's not to speak fear, but just to insert the only thing I could possibly insert after y'all covered that question so well. But I don't want to let go of what you've said so far just yet. So I want to connect the second question to what you've said so far. My next question is, what are the best responses that you've personally experienced or observed to these challenges? So considering the challenges that we spoke of, what are some of the best responses, examples of responses to these challenges that you've personally experienced or observed? We want to shine a light on folks that are responding well, so we have examples to pull from and learn from. All right, I'm muting.
I'd love to jump in. If you haven't checked out First Lady, who will always be my First Lady, Michelle Obama's podcast, she first off starts with talking to Barack, like always going to be my president. But her most, I think it's her second episode, she's talking to Michelle Morris, who's a significant, wonderfully educated Black journalist woman, hosts NPR programs and stuff. But they spoke to, and I was listening to it before we got on this, how this big pause isn't a big pause. It's a big recalibration. So Bavu, to speak to the wrecking ball effect, we've historically come to a place of high side emotion, feeling good. You know, Barack gets elected and everyone's like, racism is over. No. Look what happened in 2016. It's forever going to be a wrecking ball effect. Here's why. When I speak to meditation and teaching where we are within the realm of living universally, the only constant is change. The only constant you're going to find is an impermanence. So one of the best challenges, I beg your pardon, one of the best responses to the challenge has been, where are you rooted? And Brandon, you'll appreciate this, in your faith. Everybody, you'll appreciate all, but I know specifically B because you're a pastor. I had this nervous breakdown, top of June, freaked out, panicked. My number one way to deal with that was to dig myself in a hole, sit with those thoughts, sit with the demons that are trying to tear me down, not realizing that I can turn to God. I can turn to who I am as one of God's children. And so this, for personally me, has been a wonderful reintroduction, revisiting. I'm rejuvenating, I'm re-restoring my energy with the faith, with the God, with Jesus, with knowing that I'm a man of God. And I'm learning to become an even better kingdom man, as Pastor Tony Evans likes to call people out of Dallas, Texas. So I'm personally taking this year as a way to reconnect with faith. And I'm using that element when I teach with people. And what I'm finding is that it doesn't have to be secular or non-secular. When I teach folks, I'm like, listen, where are you at? What do you believe in? Because if you believe those self-sabotaging, miserable thoughts, if you believe the monkey mind screaming in your ear, that's exactly where you're going to be. Because every thought you think is vibrational in nature. But if you can fake it till you make it, give yourself a smile, physiologically take a deep breath, because a deep breath is going to literally activate your body's rest and digest system, then we're able to be in a position proactively to respond and not to react. And what happened for me in June was I reacted. I let all the stresses get to me. So this is part of what I teach. This is part of what I share with our veterans who are suffering from any kind of mental health issues, specifically post-traumatic stress, and not just veterans, but anyone, because all of us here are trauma survivors. Every single one of us is a survivor. Every single one of us is a warrior of light and love. Every single one of us is a soaring eagle. Ain't none of us chickens on the ground waiting on somebody to throw feed. Ain't none of us running around with our heads cut off, don't even realize it. No, All of us have that capability. It's just about raising the awareness for self-awareness, self-gratitude, self-compassion, self-kindness. That's what I'm focusing on, me. But I'm still here, still standing. I have survived. And that's what's positive for me. Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt, Ceasar. I would say just to echo that, really, it has been the same thing, on this end. Just really a lot of self-reflection, taking the time to hit that pause button and say, hold on, maybe I do need to be still, right? And that's what the word of God says, to be still and know that He's God. I think in times like this, that's really what that's been my response, is learning how to be still, and in a world where it's I guess it's praised, to always be doing something, to always, be on the go and to be on the up, and all this has celebrated. Getting rest, having self-care, pausing, just breathing, both literally and figuratively, is quintessential, to our well-being. And so the only thing I would add to that is not just doing it in silence, but allowing my family to see me be still, allowing my family to see me to rest, to not be so caught up and so, I guess, ambitious, if you will, to just get this done and that done, just to rest. And in me resting, what I'm doing when I show it to them, I'm actually teaching them, how to do the same thing. And that's the part where I have to keep going back to their whole being present and being connected. That's where we can be most effective with overcoming such challenges that we faced or that we are facing up until this point, is again, just as I'm being present, as I'm being connected, I'm showing them how to go through these type of challenges. And again, self-reflection, resting has been my response, but taking my family with me.
Man, I love all these answers, man. Ceasar, thank you. Darryl, thank you for your input. I'm learning a lot, from just hearing y'all's background, y'all's cultures, y'all's history, and just y'all's perspective and understanding. And to echo that, what you were saying, Darryl, and also Ceasar, that pendulum, and Bavu, what you're saying about the pendulum being swung back and forth, and Ceasar, you hit the nail on the head for me, especially being a pastor. Are you rooted in your faith? Oftentimes we can be, swung off balance, where that kind of seems like even the pendulum of society is actually the internal pendulum that we have within ourselves. I'm a firm believer that the president, whoever we set in presidential offices, is the representation of the souls of people. And so everybody was hoping that Donald Trump would be the savior of our financial aspects or our financial savviness, only to realize that he's not, and if you're a Donald Trump fan, I don't hate, if that's your pick, that's who you are. But, there's also this pendulum that swings back and forth within ourselves as men, especially of African-American descent and black and brown cultures, as you said, Ceasar, that swings back and forth. Some days you're up, some days you're level, some days you're not, some days you're just out of it. And I think that, even reflecting on the positivity or the positive side that I've seen in dealing with most men is that I've seen an incredible amount of men who have taken it upon themselves to do that reflection, as you said, Ceasar, and as you said, Darryl, to really look at their perspective or look at themselves from the perspective of the outside world, and especially if you're married, how you are viewed by your wife and by your spouse, by your children. I think one of the blessings that has truly happened by this pandemic is that it has slowed a lot of us down, especially men. We have a tendency to want to be the sole provider for our families, which is great. But sometimes we forget that while we're also outside trying to create this great and peaceful environment for our families, I think that we forget to be home with our families in and of themselves. So while we're out here creating this great income, we forget that your son, and by statistics alone, and I've done this research, statistics alone have shown that only if you spend as much as 16 minutes with your son or with your daughter, that's enough that can change their life. And sometimes we don't even think to give them that because why? Our minds are so far into what we want to provide for them that we forget that all they really want is you. even with your spouse, that's another element, being able to get down to the nitty gritty, stop sweeping stuff under the rug. And so I've witnessed a great deal of men who have stepped up and are willing to create an environment that is now peaceful, where you're home, where you're present, your mind, where your body's here and your mind is also with you, because a lot of tendencies happen where you're there, but you're already off somewhere into next week. What bills is going to come due and what money we got to save in order to make that happen, I'm a big believer in this as well, that what you don't discipline will end up being your driver of dysfunction. And so if you don't discipline your self-controls, your habits of managing and maintaining your time wisely, it'll be all over the place. And now all of a sudden, you witness all of these dysfunctions in your marriage, your dysfunctions in raising your kids, and dysfunctions in your job or your career path. And so I think that as this pandemic has really swept us, the pendulum has now began to just subside and just be there, be present. You're not worried about destroying. You're not worried about building. You're just present. And to go back on what Darryl was saying, just to be in the moment, with your family and with your spouse. So I think that there's been a great response from men that I've been witnessing to just be still and be in the moment and giving your spouse or your children that attention that is necessary, rather than being all over the place outside the home.
Absolutely, Brandon. Thank you for those words, my brother. I had to learn how to identify my triggers. That was something that was highly important for me because with what's going on, I'm not going to front. I'm angry as heck. I don't know what's real out here and what isn't. I don't know who's lip professing or who's about that life, So I'm a little nervous, but I'm learning, I'm taking a lot of self-inventory and once again, confiding into my significant other more than I ever have, really opening myself up, and also understanding that it's okay to be emotional, because I find myself tearing up these days more than I used to, and I realize it's something that has to move. It has to come out. And I'm just very thankful that I have a great support system. I think for everybody, brothers out there that are trying to figure out this, navigate themselves, trying to get that support system, whether it be at the house, with your significant other. I don't social media, but I do. It's weird, but I'm a big Marco Polo guy, and I'm connecting with friends from back in the day, back in Minneapolis, that I haven't seen in 10, 15 years. But this time of uncertainty has brought in a lot of people together, and we just know that it's very important for me per se to keep discussions going, but to also know when I need to shut it down a little bit. And like y'all said, just be, so those are some of the techniques that I found useful. It's also how I choose to look at this cup right here. Is it empty or is it half full? And restorative practices has done a great working in my life, because it's one of our 7 core assumptions. Number one is that we believe that there's goodness in everybody, and that's also the most difficult one that I've struggled with, because it's very easy to look at everything around you and go, nah, there ain't nothing good in that. But it's how I choose to view things. And I just know that when I do that, I tend to do a little bit better, because as y'all know, it's really easy to go down the dark road, and stay there, or as we call it in our work, the toxic well, so we like to bask in the well, y'all. So that's what I wanted to add to this discussion. Thanks for letting me have a moment with y'all.
Yeah.
Appreciate
if you don't
you,
mind, Bavu, I really want to say this, because I feel like for what you said, Teddy, with the triggers, identifying what some of those triggers are. And I think in a time like this, like a lot of things have been triggered, you know, in us, and a lot of emotions have been triggered. A lot of beliefs have been triggered, even and even misconceptions, if you will. But this the one thing that I wanted to bring out is that when I began to identify what some of those triggers are, what I did, I started to understand, okay, I'm going to need help with dealing with what happens once this stuff is triggered. Once these emotions are triggered, I'm going to need help. And so I started to identify, all right, who can help me? And for me, again, I felt like it was super important, not just to have my boys, right, but to have my wife, the one that I lay down in bed with every single night. I need for her to be there for me, right? And catch this, she wants to be there for me. She needs to be there for me, right? Like she needs to. It's not just me needing her, but she needs to be there. And the best thing I can do is to give them that opportunity. That's why I say taking off that Superman cape and saying, you know what, I guess I done came across some kryptonite or something. I don't know, but I'm feeling vulnerable right now. I'm feeling weak. I need you. I need you, Lois. I need you. Can you help me? Can you save me? And not necessarily in the sense of being Jesus Christ for me, but in the sense of, can you be there for me? When I'm weak, can you help me? And I've to make it more practical, even with my family, what I've done is we've taken upon ourselves to do family devotional every day, and we'll go to the park. We'll hoop like just about every single day. Why? Because what we're doing is we're showing them, one, how important faith is. If we can just build up our spirit, man, in the time of need, we're going to be able to press through. We're going to be able to get out of this, right? We will. But then the other thing is to let them know that our relationship with God is super important to the well-being of us. And if we don't prioritize that, then when stuff does hit the fan and when those triggers are being triggered, I'm going the wrong way. I'm sinking, if that makes any sense. And so for me, that's where the family devotional piece that came into place. And what I found as a result of that is now I have my kids, they would come and they would initiate, Daddy, can I pray for you? Daddy, what's wrong? And they'll begin to pray for me right there on the spot. And asking the Lord just to intervene because they see one of those triggers being triggered, right? They see, okay, Daddy's getting quiet. He's getting frustrated. He's getting irritated, and they'll begin to pray for me. And so I think it's so crucial that, again, for us men, that let's be okay with taking out that Superman cape. Let's confide. Let's go to our support groups and allow them to help because they want to. In a lot of instances, they need to. They need to see us be able to get through that, you know, to work our ways through that, not have the perfect answer, the perfect solution to every single thing. No, you struggle too. I need to see you struggle. I need to see you bounce back from that. So that's the piece I wanted to add there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And in lieu of, again, sharing my thoughts, which are like coming through my head so strong, I'm going to respond in a moment and be obedient to what I've heard from you. And Ceasar, I want to call an audible, if you don't mind. Is there a breathing exercise that you could lead us and the viewers through in 2 minutes or less that could help us reflect deeply? Because the next question is a reflecting question. So is there something that, because man, that respiring or that respiration aids in response, and that response and rest and breathing is something we have to model. Come on, fellas. So can you show me just in a minute or two a breathing exercise that everyone on camera and off camera, everybody in this event right now, can participate in for a minute or two that'll help us to reflect deeper moving forward. And then I'll present another question. Is that all right?
All right. Absolutely. Bavu, I'm going to tell you right now, all I need, honesty, 30 seconds. I'm going to take the 2 minutes to explain to you why. The minute we find ourselves in a position where we start to feel anxiety, those triggers start to pop up. There'll be, Teddy, you guys spoke of starting to recognize them. I had to learn how to do this. I spent so many years blinded by the fact that I was being triggered and didn't know, because psychosomatically, physically, my body would go back to how I physically felt during the traumas. So you don't know it. Our body's post-traumatic stress response is a natural normal response. Ain't nothing wrong with anyone who has anxiety, depression, or post-traumatic stress. And notice I'm not even calling it post-traumatic stress disorder. It is not a disorder. Post-traumatic stress is an absolutely normal response. So if you can picture whatever it is that you need, anxiety, if you're starting to feel a little frenetic, starting to feel a little chaotic, or maybe you just need a breath before you enter a meeting. I took several breaths before I jumped on this. That actual physical, voluntary act of breathing, because your body's respiratory system is voluntary and involuntarily. When you sleep in, you don't have to think about it. If you stop, give yourself a deep breath. And so will everyone here, please just take a breath with me. Let that out, however you want. That sigh, that sound relaxes the tension in the jaw, throat, neck, and shoulders already with that one. Now, can we take a deep breath in and extend the exhale for twice as long? Breathing in as much as you need, filling the chest, ribs, belly, and then just slowly. And I'm pursing my lips together to emphasize, as long as you're extending the exhale, that is what physiologically, neurologically is activating the parasympathetic nervous system. That's what's activating the rest and digest. So we're always in a state of fight or flight. Why? Because we live in a world that goes 250 miles an hour. Speed limit on the Autobahn is non-existent. So everyone's got to be here, and you got all the information you need at the tip of your fingers, and you want to be, on social media, and you want to tell people in 10 seconds how good your life is. No. Come back. Slow down. So taking a deep breath in, extending the exhale, that one breath, I guarantee you, is going to shift. The decompression begins, the calming effect. So imagine if you took that one breath and you turned it into 5. Imagine if those 5 breaths turned into, let me do this 3 times before I respond to my wife during this argument, before I go into the kids' room and yell at them about not cleaning up, before I go into this mother that had cut me off in traffic, before all of that. Yo, I love what you just said, Bavu. I wrote it down. Yo, that respiration puts you in a place to respond. I'm stealing it and I'm crediting you. Thank you, brother.
You're welcome. Thank you. So this is we're going to try to be pithy on this round, a little more concise, because it's a simple question. What is one piece of value that you gained in our time together so far? Or what's an insight that's emerging for you based on our time together so far? A value, like some value that you've gained out of this conversation so far, or an emerging insight?
Man, I can tell you, these dudes here is like crazy. I don't know. Caesar, you sure you ain't got no kids, man? You hit the nail on the head.
God put me on this earth to do what it is. He made me suffer the way that I did so that I could survive and do this. So, yeah.
Hey, bro, you hit the nail on the head, man. I literally just did that the other day. My kids was just, I heard my name 15 times before 9 a.m. And it was just like, what? And before I did that, it was like, what's up? So thank you for that. That is definitely a value that I'm taking with me. Also something that you said earlier, I wrote it down because I didn't want to lose that. I think it was, matter of fact, you and Teddy said, I believe it was you, Caesar, who said compassion fatigue. That, man, oh my God. That's something that I definitely feel as though we as men deal with on a day-to-day basis. That is just like, I've given all of me out. Now I need somebody to pour back into me. And that goes back with Darryl is saying, I need somebody to be there for me. After I've extended myself to the furthest regions, who is going to be there? So if you don't have those social circles, that spouse who's there to support you, which actually made me realize the word submission, contrary to popular beliefs that we want to believe for most women, submission to mean that I've got to headlock you and make you submit to what I want you to be or what I want you to do for me. That word submission, even biblically, when you look at it, it simply means to get under and to lift up. And so when you think about submission, it simply means in Ephesians 5, the famous scripture that husbands love your wives, wives submit to your husbands. We'll look at that negatively. and think that I have to beat my wife into submission, when in reality, it's simply telling the wife to get under your husband and lift them up to a position that God has called them to be. And so we need that sometimes for somebody to give us that push and lift us up and put us into the position. It's simply meaning have my back, or have your husband's back. When he's feeling that pressure of life and he has that compassion fatigue, have your husband's back and lift him back up by giving him praise. Remind him who he is. And I think if you don't have that, you fall prey to just living out of that cape that Darryl was talking about, being Superman, feeling like I can never be Clark Kent. And that's the aspect of us that we have to reveal to our children and to ourselves. Look, I know that I do a lot of phenomenal things, but there are some times where I need to be Clark Kent and come back to reality. And then the other thing that hit the nail on the head for me was when Teddy said, identify my triggers. Like, oh my God. That is one big phenomenal thing that I think men today have to deal with and develop, is identifying, okay, what pushed me to be mad? What pushed me to snap? What pushed me to overeat? What's pushing me to want to have sex with multiple different women, even though I'm committed to one? What are those triggers? If, again, it goes back to what I was saying. If you don't discipline what's going on inside of you, it will drive you to dysfunction. So if you don't identify those triggers, you're going to have a world of dysfunction, a world of trauma, drama, hate, issues. And it can just be, that pendulum will start swinging and start destroying everything that's in your path. So that's one of the values that I take away from this so far.
I want to say thanks again, Brandon, and Ceasar for your words. What's resonating for me, as far as this platform, the value that I'm finding in it is that it is calming in itself, that having discussions like these that aren't your typical discussions that you have, especially with, your friends, and we're talking about manhood. These aren't the types of conversations that we're socialized to have with our friends. But I'm finding that these are the moments that are extremely special and are helping me personally get through. So that's the value that I'm finding with this panel. And I hope that it continues to not just be that this conversation moves beyond just the panel. What I'm talking about? So I also wanted to say that everybody on here says something that I'm taking with me, those jewels, those nuggets. I'm the first to say that I am on my journey, and everybody's on the journey at certain points. My goal is to listen, actively listen, something that I'm learning how to do. Not just listen, but to actually actively be a participant in listening, practice with just people, being able to open myself up, and just sometimes people just need to discuss, and they're not looking for somebody to fix them or to give them an answer. Oftentimes, especially in public education, that's where I see many relationships becoming fractured. So I just want to thank you all again for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, I would definitely say, again, echoing what you had said, Teddy, in terms of me personally, I've gained, quite a bit, just being on this call, being with you brothers. So I again, thank you for being a part of this panel. I think the biggest takeaway for me is again, just intentionality, just being very intentional, being deliberate with our moves. And what that looks like is not so much getting caught up on what happened yesterday or in the past, but being present right now. Okay, I understand what those triggers are, and I love it. I understand what those triggers are now. How can I now effectively deal with those triggers? If I haven't been doing it on my own, then I probably shouldn't be trying to lean on me to do it for me, right? Maybe I need to reach out to Teddy or Ceasar or Brandon or Bavu or whoever it may be. Maybe I need to reach out to someone else. Maybe it is my wife or whoever it may be, but being very intentional. And I think the biggest thing, the reason why I keep bringing up that piece is because I'm thinking about the next generation behind us, right? What do we pass on to them? And if I'm not being intentional with my moves right now, then all I'm doing is passing on that same bad way or unwise, however you want to put it, way of handling situations, right? I got to be intentional. And so for me, I'm constantly thinking about legacy, and I feel like being intentional is the answer, especially right now. No one on this planet, I believe, hasn't been affected by something that has happened in terms of the major crises, right? The COVID-19, the racial injustices, and so on and so forth. No one on this planet has been untouched. So I feel like we can't have that woe is me mentality, or it's just me that's going through. It's not just you. But guess what? Because it's not just you, you have to understand that you do have eyes on you. And what you do, you're showing them what's the right way or the wrong way, the healthy way or the unhealthy way of handling those situations. So be very intentional with what you do. If you ask for help, nothing wrong with that. But be intentional. Why am I asking for help? One, I need it. Two, I'm showing them that that's what they should be doing as well when they need it. So being intentional.
I love that. If I could piggyback on what Darryl, everybody said, Darryl, thank you, brother. Being intentional, setting yourself in a position where whether you're winning or losing. And I told people, I adapted this mentality years ago. I stopped losing, friends. I go into a situation, I go into whatever it is that's happening, and either I'm going to win or I'm going to learn something. There are no more failures for me. That failure is not a failure. It's a lesson learned. It's a redirection. And that is hard. It's hard to put yourself in that mentality. So one of the values I'm taking from being in this group, and I wrote down in capital letters, is that we are living proof of our Black and brown greatness. We have too many people that want to automatically put us in a pigeonholed, stereotyped place all over the world. Why? Something generationally well before us set that in motion. So we got a lot of work to do. But one of the values of being here right now is that every single one of us, Teddy, Darryl, B, myself, Bavu, we're in positions to change that script. We are in a position to consistently let people know that we are educated, we are enlightened, we are cultured, and what we have to offer is valuable. So be with us, Holy Spirit, because we got a lot of work to do. But I'm so inspired right now by every single one of you. And I'm reading through some of the comments and I'm like, yes, 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 yes. So let people know, feel what you're feeling, be intentional. I love that. Be deliberate. And even if you mess up, own up to it. How many of us sit here, gotta feel like we gotta shake it? I effed up. Nah, I messed up. I messed up. It takes more of a man to realize and own up to a mistake and then do something about it than it does to be like, nah, that wasn't me, player. So I'm inspired. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have about 15 minutes left. And I have one last question. But I want to kind of practice the way that we answer it. So when I get to the last question, at first, we're just going to answer the question. And then in the following round, we're going to explain our answers. Does that make sense? What's your favorite condiment? First round, ketchup. Second round, because it's basically tomato syrup, you know what I'm saying? And I like my fries and blah, blah, blah. I put a little hot sauce. All right, so let's just practice the quick round. And take as long as you need to think about it. But on this first quick round, right, this is a practice. I want you to notice the way you feel in this practice, but try to just answer the question without much explanation or any explanation. So let's practice. What's one thing that's uncertain?
Life.
Time.
Tomorrow.
I'm gonna say the actions of others other than yourself.
Okay, let's do this one more time. with a different question, just the answer. And after this round with answers, we're going to explain our answers, and that'll be our final words. All right. So just the answer. What's one thing that is certain that hasn't changed?
Our internal genetically predisposed resiliency to survive.
Mm-hmm.
Time.
Time, certain and uncertain.
Our souls.
For certain.
I'm a second Ceasar and say the passion and the need for social change.
Okay. Now, given what you just told us is for certain, hasn't changed, because 2020, the changes, right? You just gave me something that's certain, that hasn't changed, right? Now, tell me more about that. Explain and expound on your answer. All right. As we kind of close out our time here, why do we need to understand that is certain, that hasn't changed? Why is that important?
I'll jump in and just, since the dawn of man and woman, God, Allah, the universe, the Force in Star Wars, whatever it is that you believe in, that higher power has been put inside of us this systematic approach to healing. For example, you give me a clean cut on your arm, you ain't got to do nothing to it. As long as you keep it clean, it'll heal itself. You give me a clean break right across the arm, you don't even need a splint. It will heal itself. What we don't give ourselves enough credit for is that we have that internal faith given. We are walking miracle of life. This universal system, your heart is the sun, all the other systems surrounding it are the planets to heal. It is part of that resiliency. How many times have we found ourselves dug into that hole? Me. Too many times to count. And I'm still here. And what I'm just now realizing is that despite COVID-19 and 2020 and the racial injustice and this crime syndicate of a government that's running this country into the ground, the disrespect to our women, the objectification, the misogynistic views, the disrespect to the indigenous people and people of color as a whole, is that we will stay standing and we will survive.
Man, I love that, Ceasar, dude. I love your wisdom, man. I got to chop it up with you. I got to chop it up with all of y'all, man. We got to do this again, man. Somebody was in the comments talking about you need to extend this another 45 minutes, and I do agree. I just want to hear some more of y'all's wisdom, and I love it. I said time because I believe, as Ecclesiastes has given us, Solomon in his wisdom has told us that there's nothing new under the sun. There's a time and a season for everything. And then he goes down this long list of 28 seasons and times of every person that continues to repeat itself. When you really understand that, it's really prophetic. If you really take that time to be still, and you really look at what he's prophetically declaring as a time and a season, you can really start to see where you are in that time and then start progressing or projecting what the next season will be. I believe that time speaks of the new thing. Seasons speak of the next thing, but your relationship with God speaks of the one thing. And so when you have that connection with God, that is the one thing that does not change, that is for certain, that is the one thing that is also sometimes uncertain, which is why you need your faith. But again, time speaks of the new thing. And if you don't allow time to change you, you don't allow your time in this season to mature you, develop you, then your next season isn't going to matter. It's not going to change because you spent all of your time focused on your worry, your fears, your rejections, your issues and circumstances in life. And so now you've projected for your next season to be just like the last. So time allows you to develop. And I think that that's critical for me, both certain and uncertain.
Yeah, most definitely. I agree with that, Brandon, for sure. I would say, again, souls. I said our souls is for certain. It's that one thing that even once this time on earth has expired, I mean, our souls are still there. It still exists. And more than anything, what I don't want for me personally or for those that are following me to end up in a place where their souls are not living for eternity, you know, rather they're being punished. And so I think the things that I do right here, right now, in this moment, yes, I want to get through the times that we are in. Yes, I want to get through the challenges that we're in successfully. But in the end, I want to make sure that my soul is thriving, and not just my soul, because my soul is thriving. My soul is healthy. Now I can help the next one, i.e. family, friends, so on and so forth. Right. And so yeah, the soul is certain.
So I mentioned social change, right? And so I have a friend of mine who is a police officer in Minneapolis. And I watched this brother struggle between his humanity, his just citizen, and his badge. So he likes to share videos that are from the force, from things that he sees on a regular basis. And it breaks us down as a group every time. And but we don't shy away from it. So recently you got George Floyd, a video where he was in the ambulance, and we had to watch the machine pump on his chest. And it is probably the most difficult thing that you can see. So I'm kind of emotional right now just thinking about it, because my friend texted me and he said, "This could be me." And I texted him back and I said, "This could be all of us." And you know, my passion lies in moving this work forward, because I got to continue to have these conversations with my kids as they get older. I don't want my children to be afraid of the police. And I'm just in a space where I'll die fighting this cause. And I'm learning how to use my voice more. Whereas before, these conversations would be held in the back of the room with people that you were comfortable with. And now it's starting to move out into the forefront. So I just wanted to put that in the space, because my heart goes out to my brother who's a Black man on the force. And he says, "Man, I signed up for this to help people, but I'm damned if I do and I'm damned if I don't, because I wear this badge. And my own people my own people look at me as a traitor. And I'm the enemy. And I do this because I'm here to represent for you." So, I want to make my brother's life a little easier. And he's came a long way in our conversations, because he's been able to open up more. Before, he'd send me videos and it would be about, he would always have his police lens on, and he would tell you, "Teddy, I'm screwed up, man. This job has screwed me up. I don't have anybody. And I don't know how to look at the world any different." And that brother is now at a point where because we've created this trust and this connection with we call ourselves the bros. All high school people that have done different things. He's a police officer. Another one's an assistant principal. I do restorative practices. My other guy works at a car dealership, and here we are having these conversations. And I noticed, like, for him, my buddy who's out there risking his life every day, and getting no credit and just being dehumanized, especially as a Black man on the force, I got to do whatever I got to do to make it easier, to make it better, because I want our black and brown children to want to look at being police as something that you can be proud of, but doing it in a way that's going to be different.
Thank you, Teddy. Darryl, Brandon, Ceasar. Shout out to Ruben, Ceasar. Shout out to Ruben Cantu. I see you in the chat. You see, I wore this shirt to look like you. So 12 letters, 4 words. Hip hop grew up. You see in front of you the manifestation of a generation that's grown to manhood. Certainly have gone out of our way to get where we are going, but we've confirmed our direction. And you've been, you've had jewels dropped on you. You've been discipled. You've studied texts, ancient, you know, and ran right up to what's happening right now, where Teddy was willing to share anecdotally, like how his own life story in 2020 is like, man. And that's the reason we thought of the title for the panel, 2020 and Man. So the last thing I'd like to do is, it's like a promo round. So you're imagining, right, that your 1,000 most ardent supporters are all signed in right now. And you're going to thank them for their participation and their presence at this panel called 2020 and Man. So I want to hear what that sounds like from each of you, you know, to show gratitude and thanks, almost like a, you know, hey, this is Kid 50 Cent and you rocking with DJ Who Kid at Hot 97. Y'all keep tuning in every night like that. You know what I'm saying? So for 2020 and Man, if everybody could sign off.
I take it. You want me to take it? You want me to go, boys? Yo, Ceasar Fernando Barajas here, representing that HBCU Prairie View A&M University. Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Proud ace. Proud man. Proud kingdom man. Up and coming, continuing and ready to learn. May you and your families continue to stay safe, healthy, and well. We're going to find our recovery through our resiliency. Peace be with you. May you share it with others. All of the light and love inside of me honors the light and love inside each and every one of you. Continue, please, on paths of peace and clarity, and continue to trust the journey. Yo, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
I jump in there. Man, thank everybody for joining in, tuning in for this incredible talk. Man in Me Virtual Summit. Thank you, Isaac. Thank you, Bavu, for hosting this. Thank you, Banks, for hosting this and allowing me to come in and just share some wisdom and also be fed, man. I love hearing the wisdom of men. And so I want to sign off telling each and everybody, look, I know we're stuck in this pandemic, but if you go to BibleEZ.com, I just finished a brand new ebook called I Pray, The Essentials of a Prayer Life in Pandemic. That will help you because your intimacy is based on your prayer life. And everything that is coming out of you in your next season is going to be developed in what you do with the time that you're here doing now. So go to BibleEZ.com, be on the lookout for that. It's also on Amazon. You can look for that on Amazon. I Pray by Pastor Brandon Woodson. I'm signing off. God bless you and thank you is my prayer.
Absolutely. Hey, once again, guys, it's Darryl Wayne Thomas Jr., aka Coach D, and I just want to say thank you once again to Man and Me. Thank you, Bavu. Thank you, Ceasar. Thank you, Teddy, and thank you, Brandon. Guys, it has truly been a pleasure. If you would like to continue to get some of the wisdom that has been dropped, please make sure you follow each and every one of us. You can follow me at Darryl W. Thomas on all social media platforms. Again, at the number 1, Darryl, Darryl W. Thomas, Thomas. And please, when you get the opportunity, check out Today I Win When Tests Go Beyond the Classroom. Get my book. It's on Amazon. It's all over, really. But check us out, all right? Once again, one shot, one kill, ready to die, but never will. Semper Fi.
Peace to you, King. Teddy Jones, Restorative Practices Associate. Wish we had more time to keep rocking like this, y'all. I feel like we're just getting cooking. Like we just cooking up right now. Bavu, shout out to you for hosting. Appreciate you, bro. Who are you, DJ Clue or Who Kid, man? You know, you choose. Whichever one, you can't go wrong.
Bavu.
King Bavu. Just wanted to say it's been an honor to be here with y'all in the presence of greatness. The jewels were dropped, and I'm just happy to be, you know, involved on the project. I couldn't think of something better to do on a Saturday. You know what I mean? This is where it's at. And anytime y'all call, I'm gonna come running. Signing off to everybody out there, and I appreciate all of the producers and just all of the work that was put in to make something this beautiful happen. Peace to all the kings and the queens out there.
Yo, that was awesome, man. I want to thank all you guys on our panel for doing an exceptional job. Shout out to Darryl. Happy birthday, brother. Thanks for taking the time out on the anniversary of your arrival to come bless us here at the Man and Me Summit. Bavu, is always a pleasure. Ceasar, Brandon, Teddy, you guys did a great job. Thank y'all again. Hey, so we're going to move right along. As you can see, I found another hat. I had to look deep in my closet and find something, and I found one more hat. Shout out to all the old school Black brothers out there that used to sport these things back in the days, and all my Latino brothers I know that still be sporting them. I'm rocking it with you. And so that's how we going to do it, how we going to close out today. Listen, we're going to do one commercial real quick to remind you who's doing this. This is the manandme.org. So we're going to do a Man and Me commercial real quick, and then I'll come back and I'll hand it off to our last session of the afternoon, and then we can all. I was gonna say we can all go home. That's what I'm used to saying in conferences, but most of y'all are home anyway. So let's go to the commercial real quick, and we'll come right back. Maybe. All right. We won't do that. Just stick here. Hold on. We'll get the commercial real quick, the Man Me commercial, and then we'll come right back and go to our last session. Or no, we won't do that. How about we go to the last session? Looks like we got Isaac and Miss Rowe. They're going to be doing the final session to close this out. It's going to be called Work Life Balance.
A lot in the time that we.
There she is, Amber. Hi, Amber. We're talking on the other side. We got two streams we've been talking about. Amber's on the other stream talking right now too, so they got to go on both streams at the same time. So this has been fun. I'm Josh Banks. I'm getting out of here. I did want to say, hey, Amber, I was peeking in on you during the Sex Talk Cafe. Y'all were having a good time over there on that other side. So she's not even listening to me. Okay, well, fine. I'm out of here, Isaac. You guys got it? Passing the torch off to you. Done. No more hats.
But that's the beautiful thing, is just finding what works for your family.
Yeah. So those of you who are tuning in, we're talking about building
this is very
business and family as a family, building business and community as a family. And so thank you guys for watching, everybody else watching on the men's panel that we're over here, and also this the Sex Talk Cafe live.
Oh my goodness, that
Susan,
was so good. You have to watch it again.
Morgan
like,
Taylor.
Over and over and over.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we're doing closing remarks, but we also wanted to make sure that we are doing our session too. We did advertise when do our session.
Yes.
And so if any questions, anything you may have as far as like how to build, if you didn't know, in the community, we do a lot of stuff.
A lot.
Right? So in the community, we do a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that we do that not everybody kind of understands the sacrifice,
yes.
that goes on with building, trying to grow and build your family, but then also building a business because you want something, you want to leave a legacy, you want to leave something to your children, and have that financial stability in a sense, and streams kind of coming in. But then also we have a heart to do what God's actually, purposed us to do as far as community and serving our community. And so it's been a challenge over the years of building. And so we've been doing this for many years, for about nine years or so.
That's such a beautiful word.
A challenge. Definitely a challenge. Yeah, definitely.
It's been rough, but it's been so much fun. I think about how things were probably moving for us prior to meeting each other, and it was still fun, but with the responsibility of becoming a spouse and then having children, it really expands your mindset. It expands your heart. It expands your vision for taking care of your family, but you also get really creative because you're like, I'll do whatever it takes to make sure I see this family succeed. And so you have to look within and really say, what's important. And we had these conversations early on about how do we want this to look for us? And I think that the reason why everybody wanted to hear from us is because they're like, how do you guys do it? The way we do it is not the only way to do it, but it is, a way. And so I think the first thing we had to do was really get a vision for what we want.
Right.
Not only just for our family, but for ourselves individually. And working on self, you guys, in a marriage is very distracting because you're wanting to serve your family. You're wanting to, take care of your spouse and be present for them. But then you start seeing, and a lot of ladies can attest to this, you start kind of dissolving a little bit, and don't even add children on top of that. You start dwindling a little bit more there because you have motherhood now, then you have being a wife. And so we really feel like for us, focusing on self amongst all this is a major part of the foundation of building anything. Because if, they always say, if mama ain't right, ain't nobody right. But that's not necessarily true. If two people ain't right, it ain't going to be right. You can't build nothing on top of that. And so we really take a lot of time. And I'm looking at one camera because this back and forth thing is too much. But I think a big part of our success and the process that we've gone through has been really focusing on self. And I know that sounds strange because we're talking about family, but it's important that you reconnect with yourself and really understand where you want to go. And so I'll let you talk about what your perspective is on that. Because, even though we have these conversations, it's always good to, hear your spouse or your significant other talk about it too.
Definitely. I believe once you're on that same page and that vision, and that's important to make sure that you're literally on the same page. You can't go anywhere. We're not going to go anywhere if we don't have an agreement and we don't have an alignment of what we say that we want to accomplish. And then having that gauge to say how far are we willing to go for it? You know what I'm saying? At what cost do we want to be able to move forward and push and be able to flow into this world, and do the things we wanted to do. So it has to be a part where it's there has to be a boundary that says and I kind of push the edge always. I kind of slap the edge of the boundary sometime.
And I'm the anchor because I'm brother, you floating a little too high up there. We're going to have to slow it down a little bit, or, we'll just have to look at it from a different perspective because as you guys already know, Isaac is really creative. I am as well. And having two creative people in one space is really interesting. But I also feel there'll be times that you have to ebb and flow, and where he might soar off with a vision or an idea, I am in agreement with it to a certain extent based on my knowledge of my husband, our family dynamics, timing, money, resources. And so sometimes one of you has to say, or you have to say to yourself, if you're single, how am I going to try to make this as comfortable for myself or my family if I'm going to launch out into this vision or this business? How's it going to impact everyone? And like he was saying earlier, yes, we're in agreement, but that doesn't always mean that in a sense, yes, we're in agreement, but there may be things I don't necessarily agree to. I voice them and address my parameters if we're going to do something. So we're moving I always mess up that word, in synchronicity.
Yeah.
But sometimes I will always share my concerns, because I want him to know, look, maybe this isn't the best timing. Look, maybe, you shouldn't put something extra on your plate right now because you're stressing out or whatever. And, sometimes it's just a flat out no. And I have that position in our relationship that I can say, I don't think that this is going to work. He has that position in my life to say, look, it's not going to work right now. And so, or it may not work at all. Let's just keep it really real. Like, it just may not work. And so it's not about giving up, but really just assessing the time and space that you're in to make this thing successful. So I think that's what it's really important to think about those things when you're moving as a family. And I mean, some of you may not know this, but we actually started Man and Me prior to even being married. Like, we were just friends hanging out, and I believed in his vision. And I was like, you know what, this is a desperate need in the community and in the world. And so I synchronized my, vision and, the things that I was interested in. I wanted to learn something new. He came alongside of me and learned a lot about the spa and beauty industry. I mean, this brother, let me just tell you, being transparent, I want to tell him the story about okay, so you guys, this just to break it up and be a little lighthearted right now. So if you guys don't already know, I'm in the spa and beauty industry. Love relaxation. So when I started introducing my husband to spa, okay, it was my fault. I kind of created a monster, and we didn't really have the budget, right, to do the grandeur thing that I really wanted to do. And so I sent him to go on his own to another place. This brother came back talking. No, he didn't come back. He called me and he was like, they don't have any Rowe's or hot tea. What am I going to do? What is this place? And I'm just sitting thinking to myself, oh, he's spoiled, I done created something I can't turn back. And so you have to understand your relationship, getting back to what we were talking about before, just really making sure that you guys are navigating, supporting one another, being silly, being lighthearted, having fun, but also sticking with the vision. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so I think that's really important. You have to know your spouse and you have to know yourself. Like, what is it really that I want?
Yeah. So we're talking about first understanding what the vision is for your household.
Yes.
What is the vision that sometimes you say, well, it goes from the man, it can come from the woman, just depends who, whatever the vision is. And just because somebody has a bigger vision than you doesn't mean that your vision is any less significant.
Yeah.
It's just like, what do we as a family want to leave on this earth? What do we want to accomplish as a family? And how do we really want to do this? And it's just being on that same page on one accord to be able to operate out of that. I think one of the things, the questions was, how do you balance all of it? Like, how do you balance all of it?
I mean, well, what do you think when you think of the word balance? Like, every time I see the word balance in my mind, I think about the scales, like in law. Like, there's going to be a little bit of imbalance in pretty much everything that happens every day. Nothing can really truly be balanced in a sense. But I think it's what you, based on knowing yourself and based on knowing, the person who you're visioning with, if you're in a marriage situation, you have to be able to understand your family and how balance plays in that. There's times that Isaac is working and I have to take a little bit more responsibility on maybe a Tuesday night or a Friday night because we set aside time for him to do something that he really wanted to do. That's called balancing the scales. Sometimes you have to take a little bit more of the weight, vice versa. He takes, some of the weight of the scale whenever I have something that I want to do. It's all about really understanding the dynamics of your family situation and making sure that things get met so that you can build. Mm-hmm. It's a give and a take. It's an ebb and a flow. And, I think one thing that we had talked about that we really wanted to mention is you really have to be in tune with what you want. Mm-hmm. Because if you say that you want a business and you want to be successful and you want to set aside all this money, those are things that you want. But at the heart of that, why are you doing that? Why are you grinding so hard? Why have you maybe one night you didn't see your children because you were out busy. That's why, because you want to support yourself or support, those who you love. And so you always have to get back to the why you're doing something. If you say you want to spend more time with your children and you find that you're not spending any time with your children, but yet you're so busy providing on one side, that's not really what you said you wanted. What you said you wanted was to provide and be present for your children. And so that should be the first thing. So if you know you have to work, just like Miss Crissy was talking about earlier, if you know that you have to, if you have all these responsibilities, it's okay to designate a time where it is just you and the thing that you're doing the why for, to spend time together. Friday night, Saturday night, it is all about you. They feel nurtured and they feel like there's nothing that could get between you and them. And so that's where the balance comes in. And also burnout. If you're a single person, like, you can't just keep going. Take some time for yourself. Make sure that you do it every single week. You got to know your capacity. You got to know your load, or your bandwidth, as most people would say. You have to know that. If you don't know your bandwidth, then you're going to keep running yourself to the ground.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to stretch. I'm an advocate of pushing limits. So don't be afraid to stretch your bandwidth. You know what I'm saying? Don't be afraid to stretch to see where you can, what you can do and how you can do it. Yeah, it might hurt. It might hurt. I ain't gonna lie. It might hurt. It might put you in some places that you probably don't want to be, but at least you know, like, oh, I hit my head. I know, like, you know what? That was. But now that I came back, I was like, I could go at it a different way now that I know the path, and be like, look, you know what? Can do this. Yes. But don't be afraid to grow and stretch in that sense, and be like, well, I don't want to do as much as I can. I can only do this. But let's be mindful of self, right? We want to take care of self.
Thank you for saying that.
Of self. We're gonna
everybody sees my face right now.
Yeah, we're gonna take care of self. But we said we had a vision. We said that we're gonna do this, and we said that we're gonna do this as a family. And this is what it requires. Are we willing to say yes to what this entails? So if we don't sleep all night, are we willing to do that? She's gonna go to sleep, but I'm gonna be up. Whatever it takes to be able to, she can't go.
He knows he needs to sleep too, y'all.
I'll sleep when I get ready. I sleep when I get ready.
No. Okay, so let's look.
The melatonin gummies got me though. But yeah, go ahead. Anyway, so yeah.
So exactly. Sometimes you have to. I cannot knock Isaac's process. I have helped him see some of the areas that I was concerned about, and he was able to make adjustments, right? Because they're not just my concerns, but they were his as well, like burnout, So then how do you keep your passion and your energy and your love for what you're doing and take care of your family? Okay, sometimes you do have to get certain things to make your brain stop, just to make you slow down. And so he's being self-aware. So I told him, I was like, hey, look, they have these things, they're called melatonin gummies. People always use them for their kids. It's very gentle and very light. It can help you at night make sure that you take responsibility and calm it down. And so it does. But you have to know that about yourself. It's not just, like I'm telling him what to do. It's him saying, you know what, I do need some help in this area. And it does not impact his passion and drive for getting things done. It really doesn't. But, you see how this is working. Like, I am very much an anchor in the family, and he is too. But I really want to make sure that holistically, based on how I'm made and also what I bring to the relationship, that we are taking care of ourselves. Because if we don't take care of ourselves, how can we do any of this other stuff that we talk about doing? And so I do get my sleep because I want to make sure I'm present for my children. I am with them a lot. So he can say we don't sleep. I'm sleeping.
Yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to talk about earlier, the point was, like, because she's with the kids most of the time, majority time, is that it's like, that is, you may feel that because she's not actually out there, really networking, out there putting in the work, really in the trench, that her part is not so vitally important.
Well, talk about it. How does it make you feel? Because you know, for anybody who's known me prior to married life, and even if you just meeting me now for the first time, like I am a working woman. I've been working since I was like 17 years old. You know what I mean? So I understand the grind, the entrepreneurship. I understand working even in corporate America. Like I understand how to do all that. But whenever your vision changes, which you're allowed to have a vision change in your life, then you adjust and you take on all the responsibilities that adjustment will make. Now, does that mean that you stop dreaming or being a working woman or being a working man or whatever? No, your value increases, if anything, because you're able to ebb and flow and make adjustments based on the goals that you set for your life. And so getting back to what Isaac was saying, is very vital and important for him that I'm home, because it's peace of mind.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
it's, you know, we're not turning our children over to strangers all the time, you know, where I'm home. And that's something that, you know, both of us, you know, we both had. Well, I can speak for myself. I had a working mother. You know what I'm saying? So my mom, she did anything and everything she could to make sure that we were taken care of. But that meant sometimes I was home by myself, and that was kind of a lonely time. So based on your family and what you want for your people, you have to make the adjustments for that. And sometimes you do have to ebb and flow a little bit. But it's important for like what we were talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely important. Definitely gives me a peace of mind, because I can really move. I can really move knowing that my family is at home and they got a freezer full of, you know, refrigerator full of food. And you know what I'm saying? Like, these are things, you know, coming from where I come from, right?
Yes, based on his experience.
You know, from my experience, is like, you know, I just walk in the pantry just to see the food. I don't even want nothing, but you got to understand where I come from. I'm gonna open the refrigerator. I don't want nothing. I just want to leave it in there.
But when you live it, it's different.
But it's different when you used to not seeing stuff. So it's just like, that gives me peace to knowing that that is taken care of, and that home is that foundation in which I know my why. And that's what we talked about earlier, why I am doing this. And why am I doing this? I'm doing it because I want my family to have the best quality life possible, you know, and then it includes me being healthy.
Yes, and it includes the vision of the person that you're co-parenting with. It includes, you know, it's a team effort. And, you know, even if you are a team of one and you are, you know, supporting your children by yourself, there's still, you know, a lot that you have to, you know, really, just like Isaac was saying, really think about what it is that you want and how you want your life to look and how you can make that happen. You know, and it takes help. You need resources and people that can come alongside you. And I hope that people feel more supported, even just watching this summit today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to make sure that we're covering something. I think that was the last.
Please ask us some questions, because we could go all day long.
Yeah, but
help us help you. Like, is there anything? Yeah, Miss Kendra.
Teamwork makes the dream work, you guys.
We see your comments, and thank you, Miss Kendra. She's been with me for a long time. Like, me and Miss Kendra knew each other before even you and I.
Yeah. I need to get some of that juice.
No.
Get some of that juice.
No.
But yeah, I hope you answer questions like how to really build and how to like communicate. Like, that's pretty much the biggest thing is communication on like what's happening, what's going. Is key, and making sure everybody's on the same page, making sure, what do you need? What are your needs? How may I serve in that capacity? And just making sure each other is taken care of. I got to make sure that she has everything that she needs to take care of everything that she needs to take care of, whether it's her going to the spa, her doing whatever she needs to do. So she can be able to, you know, a spa expensive, but you know, to do whatever you need to do to make sure you can take care of everything you need to take care of. Yes. And then vice versa, because I just like head rubs. That's all I really need is head rubs. I'm really good with that.
Really easy, y'all.
I'm really easy. You know, some Jamaican, really some Tony's Jamaican,
food and relaxation.
And you know, just let me sit. Just let me sit, and I'm good. And so once I'm recharged and I'm good and I am not irritable because I got food in my belly, then we can move. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Then we can move. But I want to make sure if anybody has any comments or anything specifically. Again, it was a very good thing that you brought up earlier, because when we first we were dating while we were building the whole business. And so it was just her just like, hey, I see your vision, again, what she said. And then we're just gonna go out here and do this. Like, yeah, let's go out here and do it. And he was like, yeah. And so we were already building stuff before prior to getting married. And so now we just kind of, it's trying to
truly
work.
building as friends. I mean, we just, and it wasn't because, and things happen really organically. I mean, yes, there was some attraction there, but we really truly were brought together through a vision. And, you know, even though there was attraction there and we got married later on, it really helped us to see kind of sort of each other, see each other through the ups, the downs, the lefts, the rights, the fumbles, all that good stuff, and help really that, I think when people say be friends before, you know, we really did that. Like we really were friends. We've seen a lot of failures in each other, a lot of successes in each other.
That's a good point. Have we failed?
Have we failed? Yes. In a sense that we've made mistakes, but it hasn't been a failure to end. It has been a failure to learn. And I feel like a failure in a sense that we failed, but out of that failure, we learned so many lessons, and but nothing ever stopped us from elevating ever. Right. This whole time, we've only gone up. We might have had some jabs, we might have had some stomach hits, you know, but we never like actually stopped elevating. And so I think that just like the old adage is like failure is a part of success. Yes, it is a part of success.
Definitely.
And you have to be willing to take those hits. It's not all peaches and cream, y'all.
I think that's important, because I think we want to go through life not expecting hits, and not, you know, you're trying to build something, but you're not expecting to take some hits. But I'm like, some of the hits, and you got to be mindful what type of hit you're trying to, you know, I guess counting the cost of what type of hit this is going to take on your family.
And take on you as an individual. Like Isaac probably gets tired of me saying this all the time, but I know we're a family unit. I know that we're married and we're a couple, but how are you? How are you doing today? Not as a husband, not as a you know, father of my children, but how are you today? Like whoever says that really to their spouse. And if you're doing it, thank you. For those who are on here single, learn, because we can get caught up in always, you know, what are we going to feed the kids? What are we going to do? What are we, you know, and it becomes routine and mundane. And how many times in 1 week did you ever just sit and say, how are you doing? And look at them in the face, not look at your phone, not get distracted by the kids. You know what I'm saying? And even if you do get distracted by the kids, you tell them, go sit down, get some snacks, watch this movie, and I'm going to be here for 15 minutes with my significant other. You know what I mean? So, or with your children, you know, sometimes we do get busy in life and we have to sit down and do a check with our children and say, hey, how are you doing? You know, they don't always want a toy. They just want you. Your spouse doesn't always just want, you know, sex. Sometimes they just want you, you know, they just want to talk to you. And so it's just being more aware of yourself in the whole cycle of what you said that you wanted. You became married. You became, you know, this business owner. You become this entrepreneur person. That was you. So you still have to get centered. You still have to go back, you know, and figure out, why am I doing all this?
Right.
And that's the most important thing.
Yeah, definitely. I think what we said to each other, what was it say to us? Like, I'm not gonna get in the way of you.
Yes. And I told him that from the beginning, and Isaac's way of communication, from those who know him closely, it's unique. But I knew from the beginning that he would never get in the way of my dreams. He, if anything, has, and many of you have a best friend that does this, many of you have a sister, or maybe you have a spouse that does this, but there has to be somebody in your life that constantly brings you back to who you are. And there's times that I slip away from my vision. There's times that I slip away, like my first book, I dedicated it to him because, not just because he's my husband, but he helped push me to do the book in the first place. I had stuff in my closet of life that was building dust because I never dusted it off and just said, you know what, you can do this. Sometimes you need somebody to help push you, but he never got in the way of it. He would help me, you know, say, well, you could probably do this better or more efficiently this way. But he would never say, girl, man, that's stupid. Like, you shouldn't do that. He never got in the way of the vision. And I think with him, like, I never wanted to get in the way of, you know, this thing that he kept seeing. Even if I didn't understand it, I was like, okay, I don't quite understand, but
like how is that? Because like I'll hop out the shower or something, and I get this like vision or something like that, and whatnot. It's like I don't really understand where you're trying to coming from. So how do you kind of navigate that in that process and not like tear down my dream? Like how do you take somebody, because that's important to talk about.
That's important in relationships.
In relationships, like, well, I got this, like that, and then you start thinking about, oh, how much is going to cost? We're going to lose this money. This is going to be $2,000.
And there's been time, y'all, that we have lost, not major investments, but we have lost some money on something that either it didn't have the best foundation, or maybe it just didn't work out. And you have to be okay with putting something to rest if it just doesn't work out. But I think, getting back to what you're asking, how do I filter all of, Isaac's, visions and dreams and things like that? Well, first of all, I treat it as a gift, because it's like, okay, he's getting this really big download of something that he wants to do. Fantastic. Like, tell me more about it. Like, I want to learn about it. And then when it moves from that space of learning and trying to understand to, okay, well, how could we really work this out? Like, how could we really just do one thing? And a pure example of that is like when we first started Man and Me, he was like, I have this big vision and this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And yeah. I was like, okay, well, maybe we should just set up some chairs and see what happens. So it moved from building and dreaming and speaking to action. Yeah. Now, could we afford a whole lot at that time as friends? No. So we just called a whole bunch of places and said, who can give us the best price on chairs? And even now, when we have a big vision, we go from one step to the next. But I don't tear it down. Because there may be some times that we put it on the shelf. It's not for right now, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen. And if one of us is convicted about, something that's happening and the vision is just, not going to work, then it may not work for us right now. It doesn't mean it was a bad dream. It doesn't mean it was a bad vision, but we're not going to start going through the process that we do of dreaming, building, writing, then looking at budgets and then making it happen until one of us is really like serious about what that will look like today in this part of our life. How will that look today? So, I mean, if anybody knows Isaac, like, that this man's got vision for days. We got a lot of visions sitting up on the shelf that will keep us probably busy for the long time. Yeah. But there's nothing wrong with that. And I have a lot of vision and I have a lot of dreams. So somebody needs to jump in on this, because I know somebody has a question about something. I know you do. You're itching. You want to know, well, how do you do this? And even those who are supporting in the back of the house, like if you have a question or anything, just let us know, because this is for you.
I see Alonzo, Corey, got Josh, see Darryl back there. I see Joe B. I see Corey Jones, Marcus. I see JD, Miss Kendra. I mean, so if y'all got any questions or anything, please let us know something you want to ask, since we're on the hot seat right now. Y'all got questions
in the major
to ask.
Hot seat. Like,
what's crazy? We might have to
right
just
really
cut
hot.
Josh off of this stream. He might want to ask something too
no,
crazy.
But no, Josh will bring some major wisdom.
And so one of the things about it is, as you're building, that your team is very important to building. As you're building, like starting out is not the same team that's with us today. Obviously, you probably know that. As
you
far
have
as
to keep an open hand,
and there's no bad blood or beef or anything like that. It's just that people move in their life, and sometimes you're just kind of like a revolving door, and you got to be okay. Be like, okay, but in this season you're here. In this season you're not here. But doesn't mean that
too hard onto people. And I think that's a lesson that all of us learn in life, that you can't hold on to people as possessions. These are gifts that have come to deposit. Some come to receive and leave, and some come to deposit. Some stay for life, and whatever that gift that they bring is well received. And there are times when you feel a little hurt if somebody that you really saw maybe being there the whole time might dip. But that's a part of the whole process. And it takes time to heal from those things. But we can't look at people as possessions. But when you do have people that stick with you, like and really, go with you through the ebbs and the flows, you kind of like, I mean, I treat everybody the same, but you kind of treat them a little bit more like, it's a family. And so
Right.
you want them to feel that, like, even right now, like this, when we were thinking about this summit, we were thinking about our staff first. We were thinking about our volunteers first. We were thinking about them first, not because the whole world doesn't matter. That's our mission. We want to serve the world, but we wanted to take care of the people and help the people that are closest to us. And so, you just have to, just like Isaac was saying, be okay with the shifts and the ebbs and the flows of what having a business or having a vision, what that may bring.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know we're coming up. We got like 3 minutes for our session left. So anybody have any comments? We're going to close out you guys for our summit. Does anybody have any more questions or anything regarding building business within community with the family? Please let us know if you do have any questions. You can definitely feel free
Roderick says yes.
Yes. Roger, if you got questions, let me know, man. You got questions, let me know. So definitely, let's see. Definitely, if you got any questions about this is an important topic, I believe. All these topics have been important, but usually we don't get on, we kind of just sit back and
we're so foundational. Like, we really want to be the platform for so many people to launch and grow. And, people have perceptions of you. And over the years, we've had so many different perceptions come to us about who people think we are. But at the heart of what we do, we really just want to see people grow.
Yeah.
We want to pass batons, and a lot of times people want to see more of us because they're like, okay, we know that you're real, like, but we never see you. But that's the thing, that we really have a heart to help people grow and manifest in their life what they say that they want.
Yeah, definitely. I think that when we're encountering people, we want to make sure, whether it's on our team and whatever God kind of places us with those type of people, that we're literally, giving it like authentic, like, hey, how are you doing? We care. And I hope our team knows that we care, and our board and stuff like that, that we care about them as well. We want to make sure, that's why we do a lot to make sure y'all are okay, and what do you need, and we're real big advocates, especially me. I'll keep pushing you to keep doing
I'm
some
like,
things.
leave that man alone,
You know
leave
what I'm
that
saying?
woman alone.
I'm just saying, like,
there's the thing about it is that there's, just like we were talking about earlier, there's balance. He loves to push people, but he doesn't push people more than he pushes his own self. I am very empathetic in the anchor in the relationship, but won't let you sink so low that you don't do anything. So you have to understand yourself. You have to understand, where you're at, and you have to understand the people that you serve within the community, because anybody who knows Isaac's personality knows that he really does care about who you are and what you say you want to do. His ways of doing it is a little interesting at times, but some of y'all got some books and some podcasts and some opportunities to speak in front of international audiences just from saying, I want to do this.
Right.
And so by connection, he tried to really make sure that, he's not the only person that can help you, but he tried to make sure that with his own influence, he could help you achieve those goals.
So one of the questions from Banks was talk about knowing how to lead from the back and when to be in front.
How to lead in the back. Where was that question?
It's right here. Talk about knowing how to lead from the back
and when to be in the
when to be in the front.
So I'll give my take on that, because I am very much a behind the scenes person. I don't desire a lot of limelight. It just doesn't float my boat, y'all, to be a person that stands out in the forefront. It's just not me. However, I have been told that when I am in the forefront, I help people, I change lives, people start crying. This is nothing that I boast about, because really it's just a true gift. And so I've learned I would say, honestly, just to be transparent, over the last probably 4 years, I've learned to truly embrace what it means to step from the back and go to the front, and do it with confidence, and do it because I was being selfish. Like, I was saying, okay, I'll just wait until somebody asks me to do something to do it. And now and my husband can see more than ever, I'm really putting myself out there to say, you know what, I have a gift and it's my light. And so I want it to shine. And, you know, some people might not like the light, but that's okay. You still have to step out and do the things that you know you are just born to do. There's just some things that are, they need to come out, you know? And so I can answer that for sure, that, you know, I knew that I had to do this and that I couldn't just be, you know, the woman behind Isaac Rowe. Like, I have to be Amber Rowe, you know what I mean? So, and he talks about that all the time. He's like, people probably don't even know they're real. They just know the myth of Amber, you know, or like a lot of my friends would say, like, we know that, you know, you're keeping Isaac grounded and helping him build. And it's true. All of what you guys are saying is true. And he values what I bring to the table a lot. And I know that, but some of us just don't really, you know, desire that limelight. And so it's a struggle for me and a growth process to really put myself out there, because it's not something I'm really interested in doing, but I do it because I don't want to be selfish. I want to share more, for sure.
And that's one of the things about like leading from the back is important as leading in the front.
Mm-hmm. It's so important. That was a lot right there.
Yeah. You got to let that soak in. Leading from the back is just as important as leading in the front. And just because you're in a position of whether, you know, we talk about who's holding your ladder, right? Just because you're in a position
that's a really good
where you're holding somebody up doesn't mean you're not in position of leadership, or you know, the fact is that you're doing whatever piece of the ladder, whatever piece that you need to be. Kendra said you're a servant leader.
Yeah.
And so you're in a position always to be able to figure out where is the need and where do you need to go. And if this is not my strength, that I'm maybe somebody else that's more equipped to be able to do this is better in this particular area. And you know where you can be, where, you know, based on your SWOT analysis or whatever, that this is where I need to be. And you just know, like, you know, for this project, I think I need to be here. And for this project, maybe I would take a different role in this place, maybe, you know, in the back or in the front. And so it's just kind of being cognizant of like where your strengths and your weaknesses are, and knowing that in whatever position that you are in, you definitely are part of the circle wheel of leadership. You're always in that position, and it's just as important. So whatever it is, because whether you are putting people on a platform for them to shine is just as important as someone else putting you up, and then you're able to, you know, do what you do on the stage or whatever platform or whatever.
That's really good.
Yeah, so
that's really good. It's important. Leadership is in some cases, leadership is a choice. You know, sometimes you don't have a choice. You have to be a leader, you know, for whatever it may be. But, you know, it is a choice. And, you know, if you are choosing to lead from a place of being back, and you decide that you want to lead and move forward to more of the forefront, that also is a choice, just like I had to make. You know, am I going to continuously lead from the back, or am I going to step up? And, you know, and that helps with your confidence. It helps with your viewpoint of yourself, you know. Yeah. When you put the tea bag in hot water, you see what comes out.
You see what comes out. Mm-hmm. You definitely don't want to be afraid of not being in the front. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? You definitely don't want to be afraid of not being in the back either.
No, listen, I was afraid. Oh, that's good.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, I was always afraid of being in the front, like growing up. Like, I never really wanted to be in the front, because I'm like, well, that's not really, you know, it's scary and people will be looking at you and stuff like that. But then, man, think about what you just said, though. Being afraid of not being in the front, not being the limelight. Yeah. That's just as
like because I am back here, it makes me less valuable. Like, I'm less valuable. I'm like, no, what do you mean? You're just as important in the back as you're in the front.
Yes.
And I'm okay being right here in this position to be able to help you and develop and cultivate whatever this is.
Or do nothing. We can see what you're made of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because, man.
You know what, preach. Somebody gonna have to give me this offering today. I'm gonna have to put my cash app. I'm gonna put my cash app up in here.
No. Oh my goodness.
No, I'm just playing. I'm playing.
He is totally just playing. But yeah, you guys like.
But Josh,
I'm gonna get you, Josh.
I was gonna see if we got any more comments.
But you know your brother for real.
Yeah, for real. So I hope there's any other questions. I'm definitely want to wrap up. But if anybody has anything, thank you for everyone that was tuning in for the summit. We would love to hear your feedback. We would love to hear your feedback. So we'll be able to drop the we would love to we'll drop the survey. Those of you registered, we'll be able to drop the survey and let us know what you think about the summit. And for those of you that were tuning in and all the speakers and presenters that came on today and was able to come on this Saturday and be able to pour out and pour their hearts out. Thank you for spending time with us and being able to be a part of this project. And this has been a great experience for us to be able to do and less cost effective.
Very cost effective.
But anyway, thank you guys. As a closing remarks, thank you to our team. We appreciate you guys.
We love you.
Thank
so
you for
much.
being. Yeah, absolutely. If anything that you need, please let us
And
know.
Thank you to our family
Go to our
friends
website.
supporting right now too.
Absolutely. Follow us on our Instagram, our Facebook, our Twitter, all that good stuff on our social media handles. Make sure you stay connected to us. Inbox me. Let me know what you think. Inbox me. DM me. Let me know. And any other pages, we'll be able to have that access to. So if you're watching it on the replay, if you're watching this on the replay right now, just start commenting, let us know what you think and say, man, that's for me.
Please,
let us know
support.
that this is for me.
Yes.
You know, let us know like, hey, this is for me right here. I love this. Let us know what you're thinking. Definitely contact us. Let us know if any of our staff, if you see any of them in the world of social media or on the street, please say hi to them and whatnot. But go ahead. Thank you guys. We appreciate you. Love you. And we'll see you the next time. All right. Peace.
Bye.